I got you. Two, three, 1, 2, 3. Tis, tis. Tis. Tis, tis, tis. Test, test, test.
It's 2 o'clock. I'll call this meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. I'm sorry, I don't have a Transit Trust in front of me. Call this meeting of the Transit Trust to order. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Here.
Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
Present. Item number 1 under new business is consider authorizing the chairman of the Transit Trust to sign the State Public Transit Revolving Fund Program contract for FY24. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, trustees. So basically what this is our annual contract with the state and ODOT for our state revolving fund annual dollars. It's actually increased double for the last 2 years, so it's a little over $265,000.
If there's no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
We've got a motion for approval and a second. Call the roll, please.
Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Johnson? Warren? Hankins?
Item number 2, consider accepting and approve the contract between the Oklahoma Department of Transportation and the City of Lawton Transit Trust for a Section 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Capital Assistance Grant Program for the purpose of the Mobility Management Program within Comanche County, and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement and MOU. Yes, sir.
So this is actually kind of a unique program that we have not actually had here in Lawton, where it's what's called a mobility manager, basically someone that can actually assist people to get them to their public transit needs. And this is something that we've been wanting to do here for actually a couple of years, but ended up finding a program within ODOT that they're going to fund at least 80% of this program for us. And so this contract basically will detail that. So the only thing we would come up with is the local match, which is the 20%.
Very good. Yes, ma'am.
How much is the 20%?
It's about 20, it's up to 100,000. So it just depends on salary, what other capital needs, operational needs. We're working with ODOT on the actual budget, but the max that would actually be is 20,000, because it can only go up to 100,000 for the overall budget.
Any other oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I move that we approve and accept this contract
Have a motion.
as a motion.
Motion and a second. Call a roll.
Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Johnson? Warren?
Yes.
Hankins?
That item passed 7-0. Oh, I'm sorry, 6-0. Brings us to old business. Item number 3, consider accepting a presentation on the cost associated with the new Fort Sill Micro Transit Service from Latch General Manager, and authorize the startup expenditures, vehicles operating, and capital equipment from CIP or other local resources for the project.
So about a month ago, we presented kind of our concept of what this new service would kind of look like. There's still a little bit more evaluation and information that we have to actually process. But the mayor had requested come back in 30 days with kind of a preliminary budget, if you will. And so just want to kind of inform everyone this is kind of where we're at, what we kind of foresee with the service. And so... see. No? Is it on? No. I could just do one of these each time you move the slide. That's fine. Oh, okay, yeah. You can go to the next one. So some of our objectives that we wanted to actually look at, and this is, again, is just some of the research that the preliminary research that we've kind of already done. We want kind of a seamless integration, assist the Fort Sill soldiers with transportation needs, alleviate any stress, associated with any of the transportation challenges, and then introduce the technology that we talked about a month ago as well. Some of the goals that we've actually been looking at, again, the hours of service that we're looking at, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. And our figuring is that we would probably utilize about 10 vehicles, 5 on Fort Sill, 5 on in the city limits. And this would actually make it a very reliable service for not only the soldiers, but for the Lawton citizens as well. And one of the things that we could actually look at is the expansion, explore different ideas on maybe not just the 3 days, but creating more of a 7-day, 24-hour type of network to help with a lot of different things. So. So we had a preliminary calendar the last time. Obviously, this month is a lot of planning, development, and then obviously the approval to move forward. The January, February timeframe, marketing, development, purchasing of the vehicles, any additional equipment, hiring of the personnel that would be doing this service, training them, and then doing test runs in February. And right now, the hope is to actually have this service for March 1st, as long as things kind of fall in place. So our initial budget that we would actually come up for is, and about half of this is a lot of upfront cost, the purchasing of the vehicles, adding the video equipment, radios, those type of things. And then the other half of the cost is really kind of the yearly budget for operations, the wages, training, recruitment, advertising, taxes, insurance, any type of legal fees that we might need to come across, the annual maintenance cost. Now, this could be something that we have to look into a little bit. These are newer vehicles that we would be purchasing, so the maintenance costs might not be as high. Administrative costs, some software testing, and as I mentioned, the capital cost is kind of your upfront stuff. And then there are some unknowns that we just, until we actually get down to really kind of figuring out the program itself, we just don't know. So our initial thought is the first year would be about 1.2, a little over 1.2 million, but again, this is kind of the upfront, most of that is the upfront cost for the service. And that's about it. So we upgraded the symbol too. So, so any questions?
Are there any questions? I've got one question, and then I think Tim wants to address something. We're not asking for approval of anything tonight, correct, or this afternoon?
I think
other than just...
Yeah, I think it was really just the presentation, but because of the short time frame to get this started for March 1st, a lot of it is a lot of the upfront cost, and we would need that in the very beginning to do this. There are still some communications that we're having with Fort Sill, trying to figure out cost-related things. I know we have talked to the finance department to kind of figure out, hey, what can we actually do? And I think there's additional conversations that will need to be had, but I think the next step is really, I guess, authorizing staff to kind of say, yes, let's kind of move forward with this, and then figuring out the next step after that. So.
Okay, but you don't have any hard numbers right now
No.
as far as, and now I think Tim's got some.
So, yeah, to carry forward on that, the agenda item says to authorize startup expenditures from CIP or other local resources for the project. And my question would be for CIP, I think we need to look at that and make sure it falls into one of the categories to qualify for CIP expenditures. So if we were to take action on this today, I'd recommend to approve this, to authorize startup expenditures with staff to identify appropriate funding source.
We have been working with Joe Don as well, and we think we've found an appropriate funding source. He's just waiting on some confirmation back from Lynn Driver. But it won't be out of the CIP, it'll be out of another fund.
So that's why I didn't want to just approve it as the item is stated, because it says from CIP. So I would say from an appropriate funding source to be determined.
Does somebody want to make that motion?
So moved.
I've got a motion, and I got a motion and a second. That motion was basically to direct staff to put together a finance package and bring back to council. Is that correct?
Correct.
Call the roll, please.
Gill, Hampton, Johnson, Warren, Hankins, Chapman.
That item passed 6-0. That ends the Lawton Transit Trust portion of the meeting. That will move us on to the city council portion.
I move that we
Oh.
adjourn the
I've
City
got a motion
Transit
to
Trust.
I've got a motion to adjourn. Got a second? Call the roll, please.
Hampton, Johnson, Warren,
Yes.
Hankins, Chapman. Gill.
Do we need 5 or? Okay, call this meeting of the Lawton City Council December 5th, 2023 to order. Call the roll, please.
Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Need to have everybody stand, and Reverend Hampton.
Please bow your heads. Father, we come before you and thank you for your goodness, your mercy to us, and that you never leave us, that you hear everything we say. We ask today for wisdom to make the decisions for our city, to make it a prosperous and desirable place to live. Allow that wisdom to flow through the council today. And we just ask that you be with all those that don't have. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, first we've got a presentation, Arts for All Summer Arts Institute for the Underserved. Who would like to make that report? Yes, ma'am. Come forward, please.
I'm happy to get to do this finally. Donalyn, can I do the talking part and then let you show that? Is that all right to do it that way? Oh, no. I'm going to have to use that thing. Okay. Last spring, we were approached by the council and Mayor Stan Booker about doing a presentation and doing a program for the underserved and at-risk students, or elementary students in Lawton. That resulted in a wonderful collaboration between the Lawton Public Schools, Arts for All, Inc., and the council and the city of Lawton. We were able to implement this program and do the first summer school institute camp for the underserved for the very first time in Lawton. The timing was perfect because summer school for Lawton Public Schools was taking a change also. Little did we know when we started this that they were going to be doing an arts program and change the focus so that kids that went to summer school in the grade school category didn't feel punished. The only requirement for those kids and students was to do reading. So the rest of the 3-hour summer school day for the month of June was going to be art. So we were able to put together a program where at Edison, Freedom, Ridgecrest, and Sullivan Village, we had students, site managers, teachers, and instructors. It was a wonderful way to start the program. Each year, the summer school enrollment changes, so we never know whether there's going to be 4, 6, or 8 sites available to be used for summer school. The goal was to have thousands of hours of student outreach for these underserved and at-risk kids, to let them learn the art of love, the love of art, and to be able to participate and hopefully make an art participant or an artist for the future, and to improve their grades academically. So that was the goal. At the end of the spring semester of the school system, we had 1,100 students enroll in the program. By the first day of class, we ended up with about 200 at each site, which was awesome for it to be the first time for it to be done. And student enrollment is not mandatory in summer school. Every day, a child can get up and go, I don't want to go to school today, Mom, and they don't have to go. The neat thing about the program is, though, the Lawton Public Schools provided the sites, paid for the electricity, paid for the janitors, did the busing for each student to each site, provided breakfast, and provided lunch before the children were sent back home. Arts for All, in conjunction with the school system, provided art teachers, music teachers, dance teachers, site managers, or principals that had an arts background. What a wonderful thing that we were able to coordinate all of this. With the enrollment being voluntary, the first day of class, we had 680 students show up the first day. Every day, the enrollment was like this. You never knew how many students were going to be there. So we planned for 800 every day. With that being said, the very last day of class, which was the week before 4th of July, we had 450 students, which we thought was a huge success, as well as the school system. With that said, we provided over 30,000 hours of arts enrichment outreach to the underserved in the community. Additionally, we purchased books for pre-K through second grade to be read by a former general's granddaughter of the Fort Sill community, Hope the dog. We read that book to each student between pre-K and second grade in the public schools at all 4 sites. Those children were allowed to take home a signed, autographed book to have in their collection for their library at home. The readers for those things, you'll recognize some of the names: Jan Stratton, Linda Neal, Zoe Durant, myself, and a couple of others provided additional time to read to those kids. We also provided art supplies for all the art projects. The school system did not encumber any expense for this. We provided tickets to attend Matilda, the LCT Summer Children's Program. Of that, the day that we gave out tickets and of the performance, we had 250 tickets used for that performance. What an awesome number for us. Our budget that you all graciously gave us was $35,000. I'm pleased to say I did not go over budget. I spent $34,989. We worked hard to keep it within budget. Of that, we were able to hire 21 instructors. We hired dance instructors, music instructors, and we had some awesome volunteers through the LCT program, the Lawton Community Theater. Marcia Thomas and Martha McCartney provided countless hours of teaching theater to the students at each one of these sites for a week. In addition, they did a small play. It was just, the children just kept going, oh, we want to come back here next year. Is this fall school? So with that being said, the school system provided all the support for us, helped provide the schools. Lisa Sparks, who is the administrator of the elementary education program for the public schools, worked hand in hand with us at Arts for All. We feel like that we had a very win-win collaboration. So with that being said, I'd like for you to look at the PowerPoint and see some of the pictures of what the children saw. We're hoping the video works where you can hear one of the principals talk about the school. And just thank you. We consider it a success. For another tidbit of information, we spent over 60% of the funds hiring educators to do this project. So we feel like that it was, the Arts for All felt very blessed for your faith in us to carry this out with the school system. Donalyn, do I have to work this?
Before
Okay,
that
good.
starts, I just want to apologize for not introducing you. For everybody here and everybody at home, this is Rhonda Norell, and she was the recipient of one of the mayor's directives. And I think that she took it and ran with it with her team, and they have just done an awesome job. When you really just kind of look at the numbers, you know, basically we got 30,000 hours of art touching a student for $1 an hour, or just a little bit more.
Yes.
And I don't know that we could ever get that much value for $1 in any other way. So job well done. Thank you very much.
Thank So the children they learned every student had to participate in dance, which was interesting at times because the fifth grade boys did not want to participate. Just singling them out just a little bit. They thought they were too cool. We had a little bit of esports training also, which is being taught in the school system. You see the kids out on the playgrounds. The one in the right corner up there is the kids participating in dance. We were able to hire professional dance instructors, and we got more than we ever could put a dollar on for what they did to help us. That's in the library at one of the schools. This is Hope. The book, Hope the Dog, the little dog came to class, and the book was read while the dog sat there and got petted and talked to and circulated in the crowd, which was a lot of fun. She's a real cute little dog. Will it play the video, Donalyn? It's on that one slide. Did she go past it? It's on the thumb drive. We're not getting it to pull up. The principals were, I hope that you could hear that part, were just over exuberant. They want to be at the school. They've already committed to the next year's program. Every principal that was on site this year is going, if you do it again, we're in. So we think that spoke very well of the administration and our school system. Thank you very much.
I'm going to guess that we can probably get a link at least on our website someplace to that slide deck. Have you gotten that phone call from Mayor Booker yet? I would be expecting it because...
He and I visited in passing just a little bit, and he goes, I have ideas, and I have an idea for an expansion. So, I just kind of said, okay, we'll run with it. So the Arts for All group is very, very excited, and so is the school system. The superintendent of the school system, he was like, whatever you need for help, let me know.
Careful what you say, he is watching.
He's watching, yeah.
Right now.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation from the Lawton Municipal Airport. Ms. Barbara McNally. How are you, ma'am?
Doing well. Thank you for allowing me to come today. The mayor asked me to give a quick briefing on things that were going on at the airport. Can we turn on that one? We'll start with that one picture. So you can, if you've been south of town in the last 6 weeks, you know that we have been very busy out there. That's a shot in the rain there of, I think we've got 5 C-17s on the ground at the same time. We moved a Patriot battalion, and so it was a lot of, 47 gray tails, 49 gray tails in the last 6 weeks is what's moved through there. We're also, okay, yeah, so let me just tell you real quick with that one picture here. What you're seeing is they're actually parked on our taxiway. So during the time that we have this kind of operation from Fort Sill out there, we are closing our parallel taxiway and using it as a parking lot, which is not ideal for our operations, but it works out okay for Fort Sill's operations. I think we're past this rush, and we're expecting them to be back in about 6 to 9 months. So, yeah, they're keeping us very busy out there. So that's one thing we've been doing lately. And then we also, of course, you've probably heard about our terminal project. So there's some renderings in here, and then there's some videos in here that will just do like a walkthrough of the terminal. But this is a view right now of the new boarding gate area that is the glass just in the last couple days, all the glass is in, so it's starting to look like it's supposed to. So it's very exciting. Do you want to keep going with the pictures? another angle, same boarding gate. There is a new exit lane that is going to be going into the terminal, so incoming and outbound traffic will not be on top of each other anymore. And it's a way to also to secure the people that are coming out to keep from people re-entering into the secured area. Yeah, there's a few more pictures, I think, and then there might be a... And then this is the new meter greeter area and the baggage claim area that is existing at the airport right now, but you can't see it because all the temporary walls that are up, because that's the TSA screening area at the moment. So April 1st is the date that we believe that boarding gate area will be complete. Then we'll be able to take down all those temporary walls, and we'll be moving to the north side of the terminal and completely redoing all the airline area and the TSA equipment, moving it to the back of the terminal rather than having it into the lobby. When it's all complete, it's going to be lovely. I think there's a few more pictures on there. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Anybody who has any questions for me? This is the new ticket counter area. You can see that we've redone the entire area, moved all of TSA's screening equipment to the back where it should have been to begin with, but we didn't have room. There's still enough room for 2 airlines, should that ever happen for us. You want to do one more? So the exterior, literally every area of the airport is going to be reconstructed, rehabbed. The exterior is going to be this beautiful stone that you're seeing. It's already on the back side of the building. So even if it is the older part of the building, it's all going to look like it belongs together, like it was supposed to have been done to begin with. So we're very excited about what's coming up. This will be completely complete, 3rd phase, 4th phase, at the end of next year, the airline area. So we're looking at doing a nice grand opening or re-grand opening. Let's see if there's anything else I have for you guys. We also have the air traffic control tower is going to be relocated. We've talked about it in airport authority meetings. We've already entered into agreement for a new plot of land for the FAA. They're going to be constructing this by the summer of 2025. And the best part is there is no airport authority money, no city money. It's just completely a federal project. And that's about a $25 million federal project. So we were very fortunate to be high on that list. It goes from a 47-foot tower to an 80-foot tower. It's also going to have a lot better visibility to our south end. Right now, there's a dip where our tower is. You really don't have a good visual because of the lay of the land. This tower will have a great visual of the entire area. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I've just got one. When did you take over the airport?
Oh, do you really want me to tell you how long I've been out there? I've worked for the Airport Authority for 38 years, 26 as the director.
I don't know that anybody in Lawton really, well, there's a few of us that can appreciate the change that has happened in those years.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I remember this terminal when I was flying out when I was 5, and how small it was, and we have pictures of those on our walls. Remembering what the terminal looked like. It's so much nicer. It's going to be beautiful.
It's vastly different than it used to be, and
Yes.
You've just done a really good job. I think
Thank you.
between you and the airport authority and all the members that have served over the years, some of the best money spent in Lawton out there. You can see it, and it's functional.
I agree.
Anybody
Thank you very
else?
much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Randy, I'd like to say,
Mr.
I really appreciate that, Barbara, and we are working on that project to get King Road redone before the opening.
That's amazing. That'll make such a difference, and we'll have that beautiful front of the terminal, and then that old beat-up road to it. So that's going to make a difference.
Yes.
It's going to make a very nice first impression of our city.
We really appreciate all that you're doing out there, and we're really going to be uptown.
Not too much longer.
And we're not going to be walking outside. Is that what I understand? We won't be walking outside.
Oh yes, we'll have a jet bridge. Yeah.
So, and that's one of those bridges that kind of suck up to the.
Exactly. Yes. Do you have just that? There's a video on there. If you could catch that video, it's the outbound video. You can see how that's going to connect to the building, maybe not, I don't, it's on that thumb drive somewhere. Ah, well, there's the entrance. This is you coming into the terminal. That's the new hallway that I mentioned. It's going to be new landscaping in that courtyard area. And then there should be one after this that shows the passengers coming in off of a plane, and you'll be able to see that it's a raised up area on the south part of the baggage claim area where you're going to ramp up to meet where the jet bridge is going to be. That'll take you directly out to and that just takes you outside. Is there one more on there? Oh, well, the door is on this side over here on the left side. But that's the impression that you're going to have when you first pull up in a plane now, which makes such a different first impression than the old terminal did. And it's looking like that now too. So if you want to come out to the airport and see it, come see me. All right, if you don't have any questions, thank you so much for your time.
That brings us to the Citizen of the Month proclamations. Marcia Thomas and Martha McCartney. If y'all will come up here. How are y'all this evening? Whereas the heart and soul of a vibrant community lie in the dedication and tireless efforts of individuals, and whereas Marcia Thomas and Martha McCartney, affectionately known as M&M, and the Everything Ladies, have been beacons of commitment, creativity, and service to the Lawton Community Theater for a combined 40 years, and whereas Marcia Thomas initiated her journey in 2013, commencing with her remarkable talents as an actress and extending her invaluable contributions to backstage support. Throughout the years, she ascended to the roles of board manager, stage manager, and ultimately president, exemplifying unwavering dedication to the theater's growth and success. And whereas Martha McCartney's legacy extends back to 1984, making over 3 decades of selfless service to the Lawton Community Theater, her multifaceted roles, including stage director, managing director, and diverse acting roles, reflect her exceptional versatility and profound impact on the theater's artistic endeavors. And whereas the dynamic duo of Marcia and Martha have transcended the boundaries of the Lawton Community Theater, fostering collaborations in Centenary Methodist Church, Cameron University, Elgin High School, and contributing to the enrichment of the community through their leadership in LPS summer arts classes. Now, therefore, I, Stanley Booker, Mayor, City of Lawton, do hereby proclaim Marcia Thomas and Martha McCartney as Citizens of the Month for December 2023. On behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you for setting an inspirational example for others and for rising to the level of some kind of wonderful.
Hi, I'm Christina Woodson. I'm the current chair of the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. And volunteers, there are so many aspects that make a community wonderful and a great place to live. And volunteers are such an important part of that. As part of the Mayor's Commission, what we do is we honor volunteers like these ladies, and we like to highlight citizens that are doing that hidden work in our community that you don't know about or you've never even heard about. But it's so important to make our community tick and do great things. So if you know somebody, I say this every month, if you know, I bet you guys could recite it by heart. They've heard me say it so many times. So if you know of a citizen out there that is a volunteer that does what they do day in and day out because they love this community, go to the City of Lawton website and you can find the Citizen of the Month application, submit it. We would love to highlight them. Thank you very much, and y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank y'all very much. That brings us to the reports. We want to start down here with Ward 7. Nothing there?
Yeah, I only have one thing, and that's the farmers market, as always. It is Saturday mornings. For those of you that don't know, there's fresh food crafts, a lot of other things that are there, fresh mushrooms at times. Make your way out there and pick you something up and visit with some of the fellow Latonians out there.
I'll tag on to that this time. Number one, I see certain councilmen there almost every week. But I think it's really a diverse farmer's market. I don't know that there's another farmer's market around where you can get a basket of mushrooms or a jar of kimchi. I got some of the best kimchi this last weekend. It's wonderful.
Alan make it?
No, Alan did not make it.
I'd like to mention that last month in November, the ALCOM, that's a Lawton Association of All Motorcyclists, had a toy run here in town. It was very successful, a lot of fun. I personally rode with the Combat Veterans Club. There were many other clubs, of course, represented. It was a really good turnout, a lot of fun, a lot of money, and a lot of gifts collected for the children. And we have a representative, I believe, from them, so if he wants to get up in a little while, and he can tell you where to send donations. But it was a good time by all, something really good for the kids. Enjoyed it.
In this wonderful month of December, and everyone's going around and scurrying and trying to get everything done that they need to get done, while driving around in this town, I have noticed so many cars going through red lights and speeding down the roads. And I'm just asking people to take a breath, step back, follow those speeds, follow those lights for the safety of not only for yourself, but for someone else too.
I was kind of thinking, you know how everybody gets upset during the summer mowing lawns and all that. Well, now, if you mow your lawn now, you're going to have it mowed for a long time because it's going to die. So I just thought, you know, those people who don't get their lawns mowed and then we're after them all the time, this is a real good thing because you won't have to mow for several months now. So.
That brings us to the audience participation portion of the meeting. Anyone having an item to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Does not appear.
Good afternoon, City Council. This is the first time I've ever done this, and I'm a Latonian. Linda, I remember you from the bank.
Ma'am.
My name is Edna Guzman.
Okay, address also.
And my address is 2126 Northwest Bell. A lot of you probably know me by my name is Bonnie. And this is going to be tough, but I'll try to be brief. I have a son named John Henry Reyes who graduated from Lawton High School a few years ago under the special needs program. And in 2021, my mother passed away at a house at 1805 Northwest Elm. John bought the house, which was very special to me and to my family, okay? He works full-time at Sam's. He walks to work every day because he can't get a driver's license. This is his first time that he's bought a house. I'm very, very proud of him. He continues to make the house payments and utility bills. Now, we'll move forward. Once again, it's at 1805 Northwest Elm, John Reyes. August 19th, there was a major water line break between the street of 18th and 19th and Elm and Pershing. The city used city pumps to redirect the sewage. This is raw sewage that was coming out. The pump broke. So they used a second pump. It broke. So now they use a third pump. Okay. While this is happening, raw sewage has flowed to the back of his backyard, front yard, and under the house. Now, can you imagine the smell? At the time, he had 2 roommates living with him. And when I found this out, I said, get them out, because mold is now in the house. Okay? The furniture is ruined. Clothes are ruined. He's homeless. Thank God he has Meemaw Bonbon to take care of him. So he's living in my spare bedroom. I borrowed a rod to hang the clothes that we could save. Okay? So when I was listening to your prayer today, you know, you said something about helping the citizens, let them live a better life. And this is what my grandson is trying to do. He's trying to live a better life in the house that he bought. He's 28 years old, special needs. I'm here to speak on his behalf because he cannot articulate what has happened. And this happened in August, and he's still at my house. Okay? I am retired. I live on a fixed income. I saved well. So right now I'm able to take care of him. But I shouldn't have to. He's a citizen of this community. Of him. He didn't ask for this. He was living a peaceful life before this happened. And unfortunately, he got a call today that his case was denied. So now we don't know what to do. So I'm asking the city of Lawton to rethink their decision to help my son, my grandson, get back in his house. He's a good paying citizen. He works maintenance at Sam's, cleaning up sewage that people leave in the toilets there. It's bad, it's sad. So I'm asking you for your help to help my grandson. We've got people, I turned in estimates and everything, and it got denied today, and it just broke my heart. And I was at an AMBUC meeting today, and I told a couple of the girls what was going on, and they were just, their hearts were broken because they know this young man. He's a good person. Yes, sir. And I will stop.
I was going to say,
No,
I
will
feel
stop.
for you.
No, I
but
saw
have
the
to
3
cut you
minutes, and I was
off.
like, oh, I need to stop.
But Tim would like to, city attorney would like to talk to you just a little bit.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So my understanding on this, I don't know the specifics, but I know our claims investigator is recommending denial of the claim. The claim has not come to the city council yet. My understanding is it will be on the agenda for the next council meeting, so the council will have an opportunity at that point to consider the claim. That's my understanding at the moment.
Okay, and just want to let you know that there was no leak under the house at all. It was fine before this happened. So do I need to come back to the next council meeting, or?
Okay, so generally, when a claim is recommended for denial, there should be, not every time, depending on the claim, but more than likely there'll be a claim, a memorandum from our office. And my understanding is that, from what I've been told, is this will be on the next council meeting. So it'll be up to you if you want to be here or not, but it will be considered by the council at the next council meeting.
Would I be required to address the council again?
That would be up to the council if you could make a request to do so at that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did I see somebody else headed this way a while ago?
Over here. Over here. Well, get, come on up. Well,
Okay.
they can both come forward.
How are y'all doing?
Wonderful. I need your name and your address.
So, my name's Cliff. I'm a secretary for LCOM. And first of all, Donna Lynn, she's been awesome throughout the year. She's been helping me organize with you guys, with the community. Thank you, Donna Lynn. And then the chief of police. Thanks for your motorcycle guys. They were awesome. I heard they did real good providing protection. Thank you. And then I keep getting your name twisted, but Councilman Gill, thank you for showing up. It really spoke volumes towards the community, or towards my organization, that the city council shows support towards our organization in the holiday seasons. So, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for coming.
If anybody wants to donate towards the LCOM, which we're going 50-50 with the food bank and the fire department for Christmas, the bank account's at Bank First under LCOM.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry? What organization? I couldn't understand. LCOM, Lodging Coalition of Motorcycles.
It's the Lawton Motorcycle Association.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Becky Wiley. No, that's my maiden name. It's Lakey now, sorry. L-E-K-E-Y. Address is P.O. Box 7078 in Lawton. I came here today to express some of my environmental concerns that have pretty much been left out in the weeds when it comes to the West Wind Elements issue.
It's on the agenda. You'll have to wait until that item comes up to be discussed.
Okay.
This is for items not on the agenda. Is there anyone else that's got an item they'd like to discuss that is not on the agenda? Seeing no one, we will move to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. We've got one to pull, item number 11. Is there any others? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion, or I'll make a motion, whichever you prefer. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item number 11.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please. Oh, we get to vote now.
Maybe we do.
Mr.
That
Ward?
item passed 7-0. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion on Mayor Booker's 10 Wins for the Citizens of Lawton project, or also known as On Target, On Time, to approve the next listed 18 streets, which you'll find listed on your text. This will put 41 new approved streets on the list to be mill and overlaid. The new program has already started, and the first phase is under construction as we speak today. The total project of the first 10 streets will be completed in about a 90-day period from now. So in about 3 months, the first 10 will be done. At this time, we will start looking into being able to bid the next phase of that project. So we will, after today, hopefully have 41 streets that have been approved and some already approved to be constructed. That would be the first 10. So my motion is to approve these new 18 streets that's listed on the text at this time.
I've got a motion and multiple seconds. Please vote. That motion passed 7-0. That brings us to.
Let me go ahead and.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I want to finish this up by saying a couple items. We've had a lot of requests, a lot of questions asked to the city manager's office about this program, so I'm just going to take a few minutes. This program is based on IMS. That's the engineering consultant that came about 2 years ago and evaluated all the streets in Lawton. So we're taking that engineering report along with EST Engineering, which is a consultant that the city is using. They're located out of Oklahoma City, plus our in-house engineering group. So these three entities came up with a list of the streets that are in this program. This was then presented to the Streets and Bridges Committee for approval. So after all that was done, these engineering firms looked, our city engineers presented a list of streets to the Bridges and Streets Committee to be picked. So that's where these 41 streets came from, and that's why these 41 streets were recommended by 3 different engineering groups, and then we picked them. We tried to do this as equal as we could to each and all of the different wards across town, and we did. Almost every ward has the same amount of streets in this first program of 10 streets, and this will continue throughout the complete project. So it's as equal as we could do. I think we hit that target, and so you will see a new street in your neighborhood coming soon to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Would it be fair to say that when you combine these with the reconstructions that we've already approved and from the ad valorem that we've touched or will touch this year, over 50 streets?
I think so. I haven't really added that number up of what they're working on. I know they've already completed some, and there's several on the list to come up. And we do want to remember that streets such as Goodyear Boulevard, some of the new construction that's going to happen on Lee, 38th Street from Gore to Lee, I think everyone knows about that. All these streets are in the process of being bid or have been bid. Construction on a lot of these will start next year. This is a different program than the mill and overlay, but it's still, the end result equals a good, hard surface for the citizens to drive on and get to work on. We're really behind, I think everyone knows that, on our streets through the years. The maintenance programs, the money that we've had, the money that we've spent, it really hasn't kept up with the demand, the wear and tear on the streets. So we're coming back with a very aggressive program. The mayor, Mayor Stan Booker, was very, very firm on trying to get streets where it made a difference. And that's why we have this mill and overlay program going. This will give us a 5 to 8 year break. And during that time, we hope we can start catching up on complete tear-outs and brand new streets in other areas. So there's several programs going on at once besides mill and overlay. The CIP, all of that's still going to happen. It's still on schedule, and we're trying to add more to that. Engineering is working overtime. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to unfinished business. Item number 16, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to animals, amending section 5-1-101, 5-1-104, 5-1-106, 5-1-111, 5-1-117, 5-1-118, 5-1-120, Article 5-1, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, and amending Section 5-5-508, Article 5-5, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by defining redemption period and service animal, establishing city manager approval for euthanization within the redemption period, clarifying that large animals may be unlawful, allowing for redemption periods to be extended, expanding on service animal allowances, increasing the percentage of revenue collected available for animal welfare use, correcting grammatical errors, renumbering as needed, and providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Yes, sir.
Yes, this unfinished business, we had brought these changes to the code previously, and the heading was not reflective of what the code changes were, so that was why it was brought back as unfinished business. Also, the information about the miniature horses, as far as the Americans with Disabilities Act and how they have been approved for a service animal, a miniature horse. And the question was how large they got, 24 to 34 inches at the withers and 70 to 100 pounds. And they have to be, just like the dog for a service dog, they have to be under control of the handler. Any questions?
Mr. Pro Tem, I make a motion we accept the changes to this ordinance.
I've got a motion and a second. Does that include waive the reading?
Of course, it includes
only?
waive the reading, read the title only.
Thank you.
All right, an ordinance pertaining to animals, amending section 5-1-101, 5-1-104, 5-1-106, 5-1-111, 5-1-117, 5-1-118, 5-1-120, Article 5-1, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, and amending section 5-5-508, Article 5-5, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by defining the redemption period and service animal, requiring city manager approval for euthanizations within the redemption period, clarifying that large reptiles may be unlawful, allowing for redemption periods to be extended, expanding on service animal allowances, increasing the percentage of revenue collected available for animal welfare use, correcting grammatical errors, renumbering as needed, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Vote, please.
Did you vote?
I tried to. And there it is. That item was approved 7-0.
Roy, I have one question.
Yes.
What's a wither?
Shoulder blade.
Okay, thanks.
As the animal comes up, there's the bones, the shoulder blade comes up, but don't go all the way to the peak of the back. The wither is the top of that bone.
Because I was thinking about getting a herd of miniature horses for my backyard, so I just want to know how big they could be.
You never know.
That brings us to item number 17, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 1006 6th Street to be dilapidated pursuant to section 6-5-1 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance.
Council, is our recommendation that we have no action on this?
Really? So, well, there's no action, so.
No action.
Be no action. Okay.
John, can you explain why?
So the reason why is because the property owner came in on 11/9 and applied for a permit.
That brings us to item number 18, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 10 Southwest 51st Street, 1213 Northwest Taylor Avenue, 1215 Northwest Taylor Avenue, 1303 Northwest Laird Avenue, 1505 Southwest Monroe Avenue, 1627 Northwest 25th Street, 1706 Northwest Arlington Avenue, 1708 Southwest 12th Street, 1716 Southwest 13th Street, 1753 Southwest 13th Street, 1762 Southwest 13th Street, 2304 Northwest 47th Street, 2401 Southwest I, pursuant to Section 6-5-1 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Yes, sir.
Council, before we start, I would like to introduce Mr. Josh White. He is the new supervisor of neighborhood services. So after this council meeting, he'll be up here presenting the dilapidation and anything for neighborhood services.
Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I'll be looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you.
Hey, Donald Lynn, can I just... All right, 10 Southwest 51st Street, inactive utility since 2015. As so you can see right here in the front of the picture, there is a hole in the front side of the roof. There's a little bit closer up picture of it. Sorry, it was a rainy day and we got water on the lens when we were taking the pictures. But you can see right here where the soffit's coming down, hole in the roof. There's shingles up on the very top of the top of the house, as you can see right there where it's actually going straight into the plywood. A little bit better picture of the soffit that's coming down. This is also the back of the house right as well, where there used to be a pool, where you can see that there's damage to the pool as well. And then back the siding is starting to rot out on part of the structure. We posted on the property on 11/21/23. Any questions?
There's no questions from the council. I'll open a public hearing on the property located at 10 Southwest 51st Street. Anyone wishing to speak, come forward, please. We just need your name and address.
Sheila Jesse. I actually live in Oklahoma City, but I'm an attorney, and we represent the mortgage company on this home. We just received notice of this. I guess it goes through the mortgage servicing company, and then it eventually makes its way to the mortgage company. And we just received notice on Friday of today's hearing. We've been trying to get in touch with the homeowner to find out what's going on. Is there insurance available that we can use to fix it? There is an active mortgage. It is up to date. But we have not been able to get in contact with the homeowner at this point, so we would just request additional time to get in contact with him to try to get it resolved.
City Attorney?
So ultimately, this will be a decision of the council where they want to declare it a public nuisance or not, but for council to know, if it is declared a public nuisance today, it doesn't mean the city's going to tear it down immediately. It means, though, that the homeowner, the property owner, has 30 days to pull a permit and a remodel or a demolition permit, whichever they choose, and then to begin making improvements on the property to either bring it up to code or get it torn down. So even if it is declared a public nuisance today, the city won't be going out tomorrow to tear it down, but it would be, within 30 days, if nothing's done, then they would start looking at it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We've got a motion and a second, and I think the second would like.
Yeah, the second just wants to make mention that they have to pull that permit, and then they have to start working on it. You don't have to complete it in that 30 days. You just have to do work each 30 days as you go till you complete it. Show progress every month. It may take 6, 7, 8, 10 months, but as long as they're showing progress every month that they're continuing, then of course you'll still be in compliance. I don't think she.
We've got a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh.
Tim, is there going to be a problem with there being a mortgage on this property?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I'm sure there are properties that get declared dilapidated. I know there are that have had mortgages on them. That's not necessarily uncommon. That is one of the requirements, is that we have to notify anyone of interest. And by doing that, we have done that, as counsel from the mortgage company is here. So we're complying, and it's not really, not an issue for the dilapidated part.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
Johnson? Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Harris?
Yes.
That item was approved 6-0. That brings us to 1213 Northwest Taylor Avenue.
1213 Northwest Taylor Avenue has had inactive utilities since 2018. As you can see right here to the front of the house, it's missing siding where you can see the insulation from the structure in there. The back porch of the structure has also fallen down. Unsecured house on there, broken windows, broken doors, more broken windows. The skirting underneath there is also missing on the bottom of it. Damaged siding, roof as well. We posted on this property on 11/21/23. Any questions?
Seeing no questions. Well, is there no questions? Open the public hearing. Anyone wanting to discuss this house located at 1213 Northwest Taylor Avenue, please come forward. Seeing no one, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Harris?
Yes.
Chapman?
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to item for address number 1303 Northwest Laird Avenue. Is that correct?
Just skip Taylor.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1215 Northwest Taylor Avenue.
1215 Northwest Taylor Avenue has had inactive water since 2020. As you can see right here, the front sloped down from it missing a member on there. The brick or the rock that's on the front side that they use for the siding is starting to come apart. Broken windows, broken doors, unsecured structure, more siding damages on the side as well. Broken window on the back side, damaged trim and damaged soffit to the top of the structure on the east side of it. And as you can see right here, there's more damaging cracks that haven't been fixed on it on the structure as well. And then we mail, publish, and post on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions from the council. Open public hearing. Property located at 1215 Northwest Taylor Avenue. Anyone having a desire to speak on this property, please come forward. Seeing no one, call the roll, please. Oh, close the public hearing. Call the roll, please.
Could I make a motion first, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please, or let us vote.
Hampton?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Brings us to 1303 Northwest Laird Avenue.
1303 Northwest Laird Avenue has had inactive utility since 2022 with a fire date of 2/17 of 23. As you can see right here in the front of it, or on the side of this, it does have damage on the siding. We have boarded and secured this structure numerous times to keep the vagrants out of the structure. Damaged front porch, and then also butt rot to some of the siding and missing siding on that, damaged siding. We posted the property on 11/21/2023. Questions?
I'm here on that one.
Okay. 1 second.
Seeing no desire to discuss, I'd open the public hearing. Property located at 1303 Northwest Laird Avenue. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Don Timberlake, attorney from Oklahoma City, and I represent U.S. Bank, who's the holder of the first mortgage on the property. The property is in active foreclosure. We have a motion pending for a final determination on the 18th of this month. I anticipate that the defendant will default and we'll have judgment and execution issued, which means the sheriff's sale probably in late January. The dilemma my client faces is, first of all, there's a $150,000 loan on this property made just 2 years ago, an FHA loan. I don't know how, other than fire loss, how it's deteriorated that much, but it is what it is. As the holder of a mortgage, of course, the council's aware, we can't go in and make repairs and do anything other than, in addition to the city, we've secured it on more than one occasion and just can't keep the vagrants out. They keep breaking in and it's a constant problem. But our recourse is limited until we get in title, and that should be late January or the 1st of February, at which time it is an FHA insured loan, so we have to bring it back to FHA standards at that point. But as a lien holder, we can't apply to the city for a permit, and it would be trespassing if we came on whoever the property owner, Hawkinson, I believe is his name, on his property. So our hands are tied till then. I would ask, and obviously we have a huge financial incentive to get it repaired and cleaned up just as soon as we're legally able to do so. I would ask the council to defer the declaration of dilapidation until the court proceedings are finalized, which would be late January, and we will, I assure you, aside from the financial inducement, there's other motivations to get it done and off the problem list for the client.
Okay, so Mayor, Council, this one is similar but not similar to the one we had a few minutes ago with another mortgage company. This one, according to council, we have an active foreclosure on this. Apparently, they did receive notice. It would be the pleasure of the council, but council wanted to, they could continue this for 60 days to see what the situation is at that point, but that would be, again, up to council.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Has the mortgage company made contact with Mr. Hawkinson?
We have not been, we got him served with process, but he has been non-communicative in the context of loan servicing as well as in the foreclosure, that he has chosen not to talk to us, and he obviously doesn't live in the property anymore.
No, I've been in the property, and it's amazing because it really, many parts of it are very nice, but I mean, the inside people have just destroyed it, but structurally it still seems to be sound. So that being said, I will move to continue the public hearing on this matter to the first meeting or what time in January did you say? First meeting in February, then.
Yes, that would be fine. This procedurally, once you have judgment, instant execution, it's about 45 days, 30 to 45 days before you have a sheriff's sale. So that would put us late January for the sale.
I do want to implore upon you, because I literally ran 3 people out of there myself. Somebody had hot wired the electrical box so they could have electricity inside. I had to have the fire department come out and declare an emergency on it so that we could board it up again. And so I would implore you to tell your clients that somebody should be checking on this property once a week or
And I
so.
appreciate it. They have regularly on it twice a month and have boarded it and secured it on several occasions, but that doesn't last overnight, and somebody rips them off.
And that is a neighborhood that is full or has a lot of homeless people in it. So, but our people are at risk, and the neighbors they call me and complain. So, I understand your client's situation. We respect that. We'll give you the additional time asked for. But at that point in time, we're going to want to be moving on this.
And I understand and appreciate the council's concerns.
I did make a motion to continue it to the first meeting in February.
I've got a motion and a second, but I got a question real quick for legal.
Sure.
We may have talked about this before, but does the council have the ability to go ahead and pass this item with a date certain? Rather than it starting the 30-day count, could we pass it and say in some way that it would start January 1st, which would give them 30 days, which would be February 1st? And that way, my only thought is that way it doesn't have to come back, and it still gives them the 2 months to get the deal done. I just didn't know if we've ever even thought about that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been asked that. In my mind, just thinking of it, if we were to do that, you would amend the resolution, I think, to allow for 60 days, 90 days, or whatever, if we were to do that, which we've never done, but also we might have a change of ownership in the property too, and we did have that council policy if there was a sale pending or something not to take action. So I would recommend that we table this for the 90 days to see if we have a change in ownership or not, and then go from there.
I wanted to make a suggestion on your motion that I think it's a good motion. I think that we as a council, when we have a situation like this and we're working with an attorney, that all parties are aware of it, we really would like to see this property fixed up so we can get our tax dollars for the city. And they're going to have to bring it back to FHA standards. That's an automatic. So we really have nothing to lose in this by setting it, say, on the 1st of February, then we can take it up again. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
So I've got a motion and a second.
Hold on one second. So Tim, you would say 90 days as opposed to 60 days?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm good with February. I may have just spoke out of turn when I said 90 days, but February is fine. First meeting in February.
Okay, motion stands.
Mayor Pro Tem, before we vote, can we close the public hearing?
Seeing no more discussion, we'll close the public hearing.
Okay, and for clarification, I thought the motion was to continue the public hearing, but it could be also to continue the matter until the first meeting in November. But I think the motion was to continue the public hearing originally.
That is true.
Okay, so
My second's still good.
And he just corrected that to 60 days, did you not?
I'm sorry, if I said 90 days again, I apologize. The first meeting in February.
let me clear this up.
Don't you hate having your former boss sitting over you?
That's fine, no, that's fine. But the original motion was to continue the public hearing, then Mayor Pro Tem closed public hearing. So are we wanting to continue public hearing or just continue?
So we've got a motion to continue until February, first meeting in February, and we've got a second.
Yes.
Call a roll.
Warren,
Yes.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton.
That item carried. Are we 6 right now? 1, 2? 6 to 0.
Thank you
Brings
very
us to item number 1505 Southwest Monroe.
1505 Southwest Monroe Avenue, inactive utilities since 2019. As you can see right here on the front, you can see that the garage garage door is damaged. It was tried to secured. Damaged trim, damaged soffit underneath the porch. Right here, you can see that the shingles are starting to deteriorate. This is actually plywood that's onto the house without any felt or shingles on top of it. Missing siding going into the structure itself. More damaged trim and also soffit. And then this is taken from the front door. It was unsecured, where you can see that there is damage on the interior of the house as well. We posted on the property on 11/21/23. Any questions?
If there's no questions from council, would open the public hearing. Anyone desiring to speak on 1505 Southwest Monroe Avenue, please come forward and be heard. Yes, sir. We'd like to have your name and address.
Stevie Burris, 1616 Southwest Jefferson.
Thank you.
First of all, it's my grandmother's home. I'm here with my mom and dad. And we have a container out there now, and we want a little more time, if possible. We're going to tear it down this weekend. I'll apply for a permit I'll pull a permit probably tomorrow, if it's okay.
Okay, more than likely, and I don't know what they'll do, but the council will more than likely go ahead and put it on the list.
Okay.
But if you pull that permit tomorrow, you'll have 60 business days, or is it just 30 business days? 30 business days to get started.
Absolutely.
And as long as you keep making progress, they're gonna help you along.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to move to approve this resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Warren,
Yes.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton,
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 1627 Northwest 25th Street.
1627 Northwest 25th Street has had inactive utilities since 2015. On the front of the structure itself, as you can see that there is a hole leading into the front of the structure. And then this is actually taken from the storm door that's on the front of it, where you can actually see sunlight on the back side of the structure as well. Damaged soffit, damaged trim. You can see actually more damaged trim, and then starting to see separation from the brick. Here's more pictures of the separation of the brick on the side of the house. And then this is the back side of the roof where it has come down on it. We posted on the property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll open a public hearing on the property located at 1627 Northwest 25th Street. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I wholeheartedly move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution. No water since 2015, so I don't think it's any too early, but that's my editorializing.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Warren,
Yes.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton,
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 1706 Northwest Arlington Avenue.
1706 Northwest Arlington Avenue has had inactive utilities since 2021. You can see right here where there is damage to the garage door, broken windows on the garage door as well, damaged siding, also a little bit of damaged roof and damaged trim to it. As you can see right here as well, the window sill around it is missing some of the trim and also starting to separate. We're missing trim, missing siding. On the back side of the structure as well, we're missing the As you can see that there's damage to the roof, damaged siding, siding is also missing, and also missing trim. This is more of the same of the backside, missing siding. And then this is the secondary structure where there is graffiti, and we're also missing trim on this secondary structure. This is to the front side of that secondary structure where you can see they have mattresses trying to hold it up and secure it. Damaged trim on that. And then we do have vagrants living on this property in the backyard. We posted on the property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll open a public hearing on the property located 1706 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, please come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Warren.
Yes. That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 1708 Southwest 12th Street.
1708 Southwest 12th Street has had inactive utilities since 2014. Right here, as you can see, that there is damaged trim to the roof. We also have roof damage right here and also more trim damage, a little bit of siding damage on the bottom left corner. More of the rotting of the siding right here on the bottom side of it. And then this is to the north side of it where it's missing siding completely. Also has damaged siding. And then we're also missing the soffit trim and part of the roof on this. And then also, once again, more siding damage, missing trim damage. And the roof has started to actually wave and dip in. We posted on this property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions from council, I'll open a public hearing on property located at 1708 Southwest 12th Street. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. It's the pleasure of the council.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve the resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Warren. Hankins.
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 1716 Southwest 13th Street.
1716 Southwest 13th Street. Inactive utilities since 2012. Fire date was 7/11/23. As you can see in these photos, the fire went straight through the property, damaging majority of it. Posted on the property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions from council, I open public hearing on property located at 1716 Southwest 13th Street. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, what's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Warren.
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 1753 Southwest 13th Street.
1753 Southwest 13th Street. We could not, has no, goodness gracious, could not find it in our system. But as you can see right here in the front pictures where there's damage to the siding, there's actually missing siding going into the roof of the structure. There's a little bit closer shot of that. This is on the side of the house where you're missing trim. Also have damaged siding on it as well. Accidentally did that twice, sorry. And then right here, this is to the south side of it where you can see that it is missing siding, and also the roof does have damage on this. Posted on the property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions from council, I open a public hearing on the property located at 1753 Southwest 13th Street. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, please come forward and be heard. Yes, ma'am. I just need your name and address.
My name is Dornitha Wilson, and I live at 1755, which is just south of this property. And I bought it mainly just for the property years ago. There's no water, gas, electricity, anything there. I've been using it for, I guess, storage, you could say. This has been detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the public and a fire hazard. I don't believe any of that is true. I've got it all fenced in, front and back, and the one fence is around the whole property there. And I have a dog that runs the fence, so there's no creatures that can get in, and there's no homeless people that can get into the house. It is falling down and my plans are to start clearing out the storage things that is inside the property, and early, like next year when the weather gets better and I get everything taken out, I plan to have it torn down because I don't want the house, I just want the property.
Okay, and as I said earlier, just so that you understand, depending on what the council does, if they do put it on the D&D list, you'll have 30 days to pull a permit for demolition or repair, either way. The advantage of going ahead and pulling a permit to demolition for yourself would be that you'll have reduced fees at the landfill. So just so that you know that may be what the council does, I don't know. But that's one of the possibilities. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter? If not, I'll close the public hearing.
Where would I go to get that permit?
This gentleman right here. That being said, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 1762 Southwest 13th Street.
1762 Southwest 13th Street. We could not find any information in our system. As you can see right here on the porch, on the awning on the front porch, you can see that we're missing trim, damage to the shingles on the top of it, damaged soffit on the side. This property has been boarded and secured on some of the windows. We do have butt rot and also damage to the siding. Right here you can see that there is actually damage to the roof and also more of the siding as well. More damage to the roof and to the trim. You can see right here on this picture that there is actually a hole in the roof that's starting to form, and then also damaged shingles on there. Posted on the property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions from the council, I'll open a public hearing on the property located at 1762 Southwest 13th Street. I believe we've got someone that would like to speak on that. Just need your name for the record and your address.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Moeller. I'm a broker associate at Remax Professionals. My office out of 1701 Cash Road. Lon Parks is the broker owner. I have been working with this owner for some time, and I just last week secured a fully executed contract. It is under contract. It's going to take 2 to 3 weeks to get the deeds transferred. Since the owner lives in Bethesda, Maryland, working for a hospital there, her husband's in Arkansas working on staff there, so it has to make the rounds, and they have to have notaries to get these signed and get them back before we can file the deed in the buyer's name. He is a contractor who repairs, remodels, updates property, and he is out of town at present, but he will be in as soon as we can. I believe he can go ahead and pull the permit before we get the deed transferred to his name, but I would give you that information for your consideration.
Okay, so Mayor and Council, it sounds like this is a similar situation where we have a house that's under contract, and we do have a council policy. Actually, I was reminded it's a pending council policy, but it has been the desire of the council. If it's under contract, we'll not take action. So may want to consider tabling this for a period of time, the council's pleasure. I don't know if Ms. Mueller knows when did she say it might close at this point?
Should be by the end of December be able to transfer the deed into his name.
So you may want to look for a date in January or February like the other one.
For clarification, if we continue it, we don't have to re-advertise or anything, correct?
That's correct.
If we
And that's
table
how
it,
we,
we'll have to.
that's how we handled the last
Okay,
property,
so
is
we
we
wanna
continued
continue
the
it.
public hearing, not,
You want to continue it, but we have to be careful because we'll have a new buyer, so there may be a situation where we end up wanting to re-advertise it because you want to capture that new buyer so they can't say they don't have notice of the action pending on their property.
the notice that goes out specifically states it's the current buyer and any signs or any subsequent title holders. So it says that on the document. So even if they're not given actual notice, they're given constructive notice that the property is going to be torn down.
It's on the house, correct?
Correct.
Not the owner? Yeah, go ahead.
No, excuse me. In September, we did find someone living in the house. Called the police out, they got him out, and I paid for, on behalf of the owner, to re-secure the house. It has been boarded and secured, and it still is.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I asked for a continuance of this property till February, first meeting in February.
Got a motion and a second to continue this item until the first meeting in February. Please vote.
Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Warren? Hankins? Harris?
That item passed 6-0. That brings us to 2304 Northwest 47th Street.
2304 Northwest 47th Street. Inactive utility since 2020 with fire date of 9/7/23. As you can see right here on the front of the garage, you can see charring on the siding from the fire. This fire went throughout the whole entire property. This is on the north side of it where you can see that there is actually missing siding as well, damage to the soffit, damage to the roof and trim. This is the back side, more damage to the roof. The property has been boarded and secured. A lot of smoke damage on the outside of it as well. And then this is to the south side where you can see that there is still smoke damage even on the outside. Damage and missing trim on this as well on the south. Posted on the property on 11/21/23. Questions?
Seeing no questions from council, open public hearing on a property located 2304 Northwest 47th Street. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, please come forward and be heard. Just need your name and address.
Shannon Sherman, Sherman Realty, address 6803 Southwest Majestic Oak Boulevard. We have an active contract on this property with the closing date of actually this Friday.
Anyone else desiring to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
I had a call about this today, and the lady had such appreciation for John Ratliff and Johnny Jernigan for working to get this house taken care of. We continue during these winter months to have more fire problems with these properties, and that's why we're anxious to get them down. We're also anxious to have habitable, affordable housing for people in Lawton. I think we should go ahead. Can you get permits pulled soon to rehab the house?
Yeah, we got the information to get the online portal. Denise explained to me that the owner has to pull the permit. So the new buyer is ready to do that as soon as we close.
Okay, then I think we go ahead and put it on the dilapidated. because you have 30 working business days to get something started. Once you get something started, then we're good, you know, because we are for that. We're not against it.
Okay.
So, but so many times when we continue, you know, the person doesn't do anything, and then we're back here again. But it sounds like that's going to happen. So I think we go ahead and put it on the dilapidated, and you guys get busy on it.
Okay,
So we
may
can.
I ask a question? So there's no additional fees occurred if it goes on the dilapidated list for the new potential buyer?
No.
It's the same permits and everything?
And they'll work with you, Neighborhood Services, to help you in any way.
Okay, because yeah,
So-
again, you know, we got the property secured as this fire just happened on September 27th. There was an investigation. They weren't allowed to touch the property, so, I mean, it was bad. And then we got the property cleaned up, we got it boarded up, so we feel like we've done everything to secure the property to, you know, for it not to be on the dilapidated list. So-
Well, I wish you well. In Ward 1, we need good homes for people to live in. So, but I am going to make the motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second, but the city attorney would like to.
Can I make a real quick question on this? What is the difference between this? So, I'm just trying to figure out, like, with legal and whatnot, he was saying, like, if a house is under contract, then you're waiting for the house to actually sell to, you know, do this. What's the difference between this transaction and the one you just approved till February? Edward Sherman, my address is 6803 Southwest Majestic Oak.
I'm going to let the attorney.
Okay, so previously council discussed a policy that would have, Charlotte, I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but I think it was something to the effect that if a property was under contract, they expressed a desire not to take action until the transaction occurred. I'm working off memory now. I was reminded that that policy has not passed yet, so that is not an official council policy at the time. So it's really still the council's pleasure at this point what they want to do. And did I misstate anything there, Charlotte?
So the policy that we've drafted was that if the current property owners bring in a physical copy of the contract with the closing date, then council can decide not to declare the structure on the property dilapidated.
So it's still a permissive at that point. It wasn't they
Yes.
won't, but really you're supposed to have a actual contract with the closing date identified.
We have that.
And they have that.
Yeah. So it really still puts it back up to you, but it just kind of sets precedence with, we've got a closing date, we have the document, it's happening. And then if you decide not to declare it, then staff is just going to keep an eye on it just to see if it continues to remain in a dilapidated status.
Because we've said in the past that it doesn't have to be the owner that pulls the permit anyway.
Correct.
It could be a contractor, it could be anybody for that matter. So anybody could come and pull a permit as long as yeah.
Well, the contractor can act as the owner's agent. So if you have a building contractor, then they can pull the permit on behalf of the owner. Yeah.
But the owner is going to change, so.
Well, if the contractor is the agent for the new owner.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I was just looking for clarification because the exact same deal just happened on the previous one where they're under contract or closing in the next week or so, next 2 weeks, and you guys delayed it till February. And this one you're saying you want to go now. So I was just looking for some clarification on that, what the difference between the two situations were.
And I don't know for sure, but I think that in this situation, we have a contract with a date, a closing date. Whereas before, I don't think we had a closing date. We had a going to close in a couple weeks was the.
All contracts have a closing date, but.
Mr. Mayor, may I? So the difference is that each council person addresses the homes in their ward, and in this case, it says the council person may choose to, and so in this case, the council person has decided that she wants to act on this and get it going right away.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, I want it to be successful. And working with Neighborhood Services, they will help you in any way, right? To continue this in progress so we can have another habitable house in Ward 1.
And to also say, if this passes, the new owner needs to be aware, and the current owner, that once it passes, the clock starts running 30 days to pull a permit to either remodel or demolish. And if that's not done, then city could take action. So just make sure that's clear.
If there's no other discussion, I've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and vote, please.
Gill, Hampton, Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman.
Brings us to 2401 Southwest I.
2401 Southwest I Avenue has had inactive utilities since 2017. Right here on the front side of it, you can see that there's damaged trim, damage to the roof as well. This is more of the front side of it. You can see right here the window is actually starting to separate from the brick. Brick is also starting to separate from itself right here. You can actually see that the brick is actually overlaying or coming apart from that and actually separating. Damage to the roof, damage to trim, and damage to the soffit. And then there are a couple of holes in the roof as well. Window is broken out on this. And then you can see like right here in between, where you can see in between the brick and the studs of the house. Posted on the structure on 11/21 of 23. Questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll open public hearing on property located at 2401 Southwest I Avenue. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, please come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring destruction on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Hampton, Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill.
Item passed 6-0. Brings us to 2612 Southwest I Avenue.
Hey, Donnelly, can you, on the bar?
I don't think there's much need to discuss this.
Let's see here, 2612 Southwest I Avenue has had inactive utility since 2022 with a fire date of 7/3/2023. As you can see on this structure right here, the fire went throughout this whole entire structure on there. There are three secondary structures on this property as well that are, three of them are unsecured. As you can see, the broken window on this one on the backside. This one also is on the backside with two broken windows. We have reasons to believe that there are vagrants that are using this property as well. And then this is on the front side where you can see the fire damage on the siding, also unsecured on the front door. Posted on the property on 11/21 of 23. Any questions?
Seeing no questions from the council, I'll open a public hearing. Anyone desiring to speak on property located 2612 Northwest I, please come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton.
That item passed 6-0. Brings us to 2805 Northwest 22nd Street.
2805 Northwest 22nd Street. We couldn't find any water or utility information in our system, but it does have a fire date of 7/3 of 2023. As you can see from the front of it, the property did have a fire go throughout the house. You can see smoke damage and also charring to the front windows, trim, soffit, and even to the roof. This is actually taken from the big front window for the inside of the front room, where you can see that the fire with the charring on the members. And this is the back side of it, where you right next to the porch. You can see the smoke damage, broken windows, and also damage to the siding and trim. A little bit of cracks on the property as well with a brick throughout the property where it's starting to separate. And then there is a hole on the roof of on the structure itself. Posted on the property on 11/21 of 23. Questions?
Seeing no question from council, I open a public hearing on the property located at 2805 Northwest 22nd Street. Anyone desiring to speak on this property, please come forward and be heard. Seeing no one, I close the public hearing. What's the desire of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution. I will say we get into the winter time here and we really have fire dangers in these places. And so it is a safety hazard. This one's not even boarded up well. So it would be definitely a fire hazard, as it has been already.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Warren,
Yes.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton,
That item passed 6-0. That brings us to item number 19. Consider adopting a resolution approving the amended and stated redevelopment agreement by and among the City of Lawton and Lawton Economic Development Authority and Comanche County Industrial Development Authority and Westwind Elements Incorporated and related supporting documents for the development of a pilot facility and the prospective development of a large-scale refinery in the West Side Industrial Park to refine cobalt, nickel, and other critical elements, approving indebtedness of the Lawton Economic Development Authority in the principal amount not to exceed $2 million in obligations, waiving competitive bidding on the issuance of the notes issued in connection with the obligations and authorizing other matters relating thereto. Anyone that would like to come forward and speak on this? We have 3 minutes, and I believe you wanted to speak.
Okay, I'm here to express some environmental concerns. Do I need my name and address again?
Yes, please.
Becky Lakey, L-E-K-E-Y, P.O. Box 7078 in Lawton.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have a few different concerns. Among those, last night I just felt like that chief engineer just kept on hammering nickel carbonyl. On his slide, he did have information, but nothing was ever stated about what happens after liquid carbonyl. What's coming out of that stack, actually? The nickel carbonyl, he addressed that, but he didn't address the hazards of anything else that nickel carbonyl decomposes into. We were told that there's no waste at all. Everything's recycled or sold as a product. What about the material recovered during routine maintenance? Is that not considered waste? When is the routine maintenance scheduled? How often is it scheduled? How is this routine maintenance done when they're stating this pilot plant runs in a 24/7 operation? There was no discussions on how they plan on monitoring their perimeter so we can assure that there is really no emissions. We could also use a little clarification as to what T.W. Shannon's new position is with Westwind Elements. what his position entails, his duties. Is he the new person for the outside communications? Should we be really addressing this with him instead of y'all? How do we contact him? These are just a few of my concerns that I am here to share with you today. I thank all of you for allowing me some of your time to show these concerns. We need monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one, does the council, anyone on the council have anything that they would like to speak about? If you want to think about it, I think Tim can give us just a quick update on where we're at in the contracting.
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So attorneys have been working very hard on this. We have an outside economic development firm, and our lead attorney on this, she's been doing an outstanding job reviewing documents, creating documents. It's been her life for quite a while now, and she is working, and then I'm assisting also with this with their counterpart Kelly Masters, the West Wind attorney, and so we've gotten some stuff back that we're looking at and working through and processing, and our outside attorney's doing a job with that. And we've had some things we've had to talk with West Wind about, and trying to just make sure everything's smoothed out and the process is taken care of. There were some things last week, some hiccups that we're trying to work through. But we originally had scheduled for today a CCIDA meeting, a LEDA meeting, and then this was on the council agenda. And because the documents and everything hadn't been worked out yet, we decided it would be, we not being the attorneys, but CCIDA chair and the LEDA chair decided it would be best to not have a public hearing, a public meeting today, and to not take any action on this. And that's the recommendation from me, because the final documents aren't ready yet. There's still some things needing to be worked out, and I can get into the specifics. I would prefer not to have to get into all the specifics, but I want to ensure everybody we're doing this as diligently as possible. Our outside counsel is working very hard on this, and it's our intention to continue to do so. But our recommendation is we need to get a few things ironed out first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone on the council? Yes, sir.
Mayor and council, I went to the meeting last night, and many of us did. I just want to say I went in with 4 specific questions that I was concerned with, and they were public safety issues. And I was very impressed with the presentation last night, and my questions were answered. And I thought that while we're still working out some of the details, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to move forward with this. I think there'll be a good economic development project for us, and I think they'll be good citizens of the community. And I'm looking forward to us getting this worked out and moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say one thing without getting into a lot of detail, but I heard monitoring, and I think that was really extensively covered last night. A grouping of different type of monitoring equipment, state-of-the-art, not one, not a second backup, but even a third backup. So I just wanted to mention there were a lot of things mentioned last night that I thought answered a lot of my questions. I'm just hoping all those people that are concerned were there last night. It was an extremely informative meeting, right to the tax of what was going on. All the things about product in, product out, how much product would be there, harmful or not, all those items were answered. Now, we're going to have another, at least 1 or 2 town hall meetings again. So I would encourage everyone to attend those meetings, whether you're in favor of it or whether you're not. It's important to hear all of the facts, and a lot of facts that are correct as far as if it's a nuclear reactor, or if there was radiation, if there was any kind of things of this nature, which absolutely were not. And I know not everyone is a chemical engineer, and maybe a lot of people hadn't had chemistry, but it was a pretty simple diagram last night showing how it was done. It's an extremely simple process, very simple, and it has worked before. This would enable a product to be made with a probably about as low of yield as far as being dangerous to human health as possible, and it yields a great situation as far as future growth and employment in the city of Lawton. So we really have to look at this very objective and be very objective with our thoughts. Just want to say that.
Mr. Manager.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I think another thing that's important to bring up with respect to oversight and monitoring is that the plant will be under both random and regular inspections of both OSHA and the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. So those two bodies will be regularly showing up and ensuring compliance with applicable labor and environmental standards.
Mr.
Yeah,
Hampton.
thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I do want to bring up the fact that I think that we're being very prudent in the fact that we're doing a pilot program here initially. It is important to understand that the council has been very mindful of some of the fears and things that have been put out. And from the educational presentation that was given last night, I believe that things are going very smoothly and prudent, and I think that all the questions that were brought up at the first town hall were answered last night, and I was comfortable with the answers. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, go ahead. Just need your name and address.
My name's Andrew Hayes. I have cattle to the all around in that area, and I'm sorry, Tim. What you said you didn't want to get into the specifics. What are those specifics? I'm sorry.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm working in our outside counsel, our economic development attorney. She's working with their attorney, Westwind's attorney, and it's attorney-attorney communication. So in that regard, I'm hesitant to discuss the specifics of the finalization, but I'm going to be very, very careful and guarded in how I say it. But we're looking at stuff Westwind has given us to make sure it complies with the terms of the term sheet. You know, insurance issues, you know, things like that. You know, work on the property and making sure LEDA's lien mortgage is protected. Things of that regard. Also, annexation topics are being looked at. It's a wide range of things like that. I'm really not going to get any more specific at this point, but those are things looking at and making sure again that our economic development attorney, that her questions are answered. She feels comfortable that Westwind's providing what they need to provide, and that the documents are accurate and reflect the intent of the parties in the term sheet.
And I would add to that concerning that is that I think that Westwind's attorneys are working really hard because they have a huge investment in this. Our attorneys are working really hard. Our contract attorneys are working really hard because the citizens of Lawton have a huge investment in this, and we want to make sure that as things go forward that we don't have a problem and have to back up and regroup. So we want to make it right the first time, and I think we can do that in a pretty quick order. And in lieu of that, I think...
I wanted to say one thing. Would it be safe to assume, Tim, that we're talking about administrative policies here, not safety policies or policies relating to the methods of operation of producing things? This is all administrative and legal issues.
Yeah, so we're not engineers, the attorneys, and so we're not into the process that they're doing or in that component of it. We're looking at insurance. We're looking at, the requirements there to make sure that's being met. We're looking at, it's I wouldn't say it's necessarily administrative, but it's the legal stuff. It's the making sure everything's been taken care of legally that's required.
And it'll all be evident in the contract that ends up being signed. What I really wanted to talk about a little bit was that I appreciate everybody coming out last night, and I look forward to future town halls, not necessarily just one more or two more. I think as this project progresses, and I think it will progress, I hope that it will progress, I would hope that we have, for the short term, I would hope that we have town halls on a monthly or every other month. And then as it continues on, we may not need them that often as people become more comfortable and understand what's going on. And but I think for a while we need to have as many town halls as we possibly can, so that everybody can understand and that everybody can be transparent. What I want to do is I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to make the completion of all that paperwork our number one priority, whether that's legal or anybody in licensing permits, whatever we need to do, we need to make that our number one priority and assure the public and West Wind that we as a council support the location of the West Wind Refinery and in our city and in the investment that we're making. Make sure that every effort is made to begin what will be a prosperous endeavor for West Wind, but more importantly, will be a prosperous endeavor for the citizens of Lawton, for Comanche County, and for all of Southwest Oklahoma. This has the ability to change the face of Southwest Oklahoma in a good and positive way. As the city manager spoke, we're gonna have EPA, ODEQ, DEQ, OSHA. We're gonna have a whole building full of acronyms, but they're gonna keep an eye. They're not gonna let anything happen. I think a lot of us complain sometimes because of the hindrance that those agencies put on us. And so in this way, it's going to work to our advantage because they're going to be looking out for the citizens of Lawton and Southwest Oklahoma.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, before we vote,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Didn't see your light.
I would like, that's all right. I do have a question. Maybe this is to Tim. How long are we looking at this is a delay?
So it is a delay, and you want to do it right, and that's the deal. And so our outside attorney, she's doing a great job looking at this. I'm, like I said, helping her as best I can with my time. It's taken a lot of my time. I was here 3-4 hours this Sunday looking at stuff, and we're working on it. But the documents they weren't finalized. And there were some of the public bodies. They were wanting to have finalized documents before they vote, and I certainly understood that. And like I'm saying though, there's things we're getting from West Wind that we're having to look at and go through and make sure it meets the requirements of the term sheet and other issues. And so, when will it be ready? We want this done as quickly as possible. I'm hearing from this body that this is a priority, and trust me, our outside counsel knows that. She's working hard too. If we give a hard deadline, that's hard to do because it just depends on some of the material. But we're working diligently, and I know Lisa, our outside attorney. She's been frequent communication with Kelly, and the goal is to get it done as quickly as possible.
Well, let's put it at the front of the burner. And I too last night felt like I wish that we had done that for our first town hall because there was so much important information and the process and the progress along the way that I felt was really answered a lot of my questions. And I'm sure we'll have more questions along the way, but let's definitely put this on the front burner, please.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second, so we can.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we restate the motion, please?
You want to speak first?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. Mr. Hayes is a constituent of mine, and I did go ahead and listen to most of the meeting last night. I too thought the meeting was very informative. I think that the people to ask, there's no doubt that everybody that's working toward this decision is taking it very, very seriously on both sides. No one wants anybody hurt or anything. There is a certain risk in all manufacturing too. So, but I think if you can go to the next town hall meeting and ask the people there, the people that know what they're talking about. I don't have a degree in engineering, so I have to listen to the people and then weed out what I think is, BS or whatever. But it is a very serious thing, and we all take every decision very seriously. But this one we're definitely taking seriously. I want to assure you of that. So.
Okay, to restate the motion, my motion would be to direct staff to make the completion of all required paperwork our number one priority, all staff, and assure the public and West Wind that we as a council support the location of the West Wind refinery in our city and are invested in making sure that every effort is made to begin what will be a prosperous endeavor to West Wind and a prosperous endeavor to the citizens of Lawton, Comanche County, and Southwest Oklahoma as quickly as possible.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would ask that the staff understands the intent. The agenda item is pretty specific with respect to considering adopting a resolution, approving the amended and restated redevelopment agreement. So I would recommend that we take no action on the agenda item because I just don't think what you stated comports with the notice that was given to the public on the agenda.
And John makes a fair point. We've done that on other items. And trust me, council, I mean, message is heard.
I was going to say, can we shift that into just a verbal direction? Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Is there anything else from council? Okay, we'll move on to item number 20. Discuss the draft request for proposal for a professional management service of the City of Lawton Municipal Jail to include establishing timeframes, consider approving the draft RFP, including any floor amendments, and direct staff to move forward with the RFP process. Who wants to?
It's Chief Smith.
While he's coming forward, I'll admit that this was kind of my deal.
You need a break.
Okay. This was kind of my deal. I brought this up because not necessarily that, I think we need to, but I think we need to know what we need to know. I don't know that Chief Smith wants to operate a jail. He was kind of directed to do that. It just was part of the job. And I think I felt like we needed to look at what is most efficient. And the only way we're going to know that is to go out with an RFP and tell the world what we want and see what they can give us. And we'll do one of two things. We'll adopt one of those RFPs, or we'll keep things the way they are and maybe use some of those RFPs to change our own way of doing things. But I'll leave it to you, Chief.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you are correct. One of the things that we would like to do is go out for a RFP to have someone to come in and run the jail for us. We do have staff that's doing a good job, but I think that if we have a more professional organization that can oversee the jail, it will assist us in their endeavors. What we have here is a draft RFP for the council to consider that y'all have a chance to look over, and have any questions on that, we'll be happy to try to answer any of those.
Mr. Harris.
Hey, Chief. Thank you. So this is kind of off the weeds a little bit, but if someone else is running it for us, will that enhance the ability for us to work with the Comanche County Detention Center, and or maybe I should say, would it enhance cooperation with Comanche County Detention Center?
That is our desire. As of right now, we do have a good working relationship with the Comanche County Detention Center, but I think this will enhance it, that they will, I guess the best term, but it would be good if we just had one jail system. Right now, what we're operating is for misdemeanors, and the Comanche Detention Center house our felons. But I think this will, if we can work together and just have one jail system, I think it would be beneficial for our whole community.
And Councilman Harris, my understanding is that and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the county has a trust that runs their jail. So then you've got three entities now. You've got the city of Lawton, you've got the county government, and then you've got the county trust that runs their jail. So it's kind of convoluted.
And I think one of the other things that we can, that brought at least my thinking into this was, if we did want to do a jail trust at some point of our own, and did we want to try to meld that with Comanche County or regional or something like that, we need to get our house in order before we try to do that, because we don't want to get a jail trust right now and then go out for the RFP and then change that back. We just need to get the RFP, see what's out there, and then if we want to create a jail trust in the future, then we could put all those entities together. We don't want to put those people together and then change it all. But I think either way that we do this, that it's a positive thing. It's not negative. I think that we can, there's people that do this for a living, and that's all they do. They don't have to worry about, I always worry about, there's a complete difference between corrections and enforcement. It's truly a completely different environment, not just because there's a Sally Port in between them. It's just two complete different worlds, and it may be better, I don't know, it may be better to get somebody that does that for a living in multiple places. Their costs can go down because of procurement and a lot of different reasons. But again, mainly we don't know what we don't know till we get those RFPs back.
So, Chief, how many jail cells do we have at the facility?
Our capacity is 112 cells. That includes male and female.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it would be good to explore this option, with in light of not just with the police officers, but in light of employment being down, that this may
be at least an option where we might free up some of the other police officers to do other things. So I'm 100% supportive of this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Accept a motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion that we issue a draft request for a proposal for the professional management services of the City of Lawton Municipal Jail.
Got a motion and a whole lot of seconds. Is there any from LPD or the current jail?
We could put some of those in drug enforcement.
My only question would be, and I don't know if it's even pertinent, and I'd read through there, but I've really got this ADHD thing, and there was a lot of words, and so I may have missed it. Did we ask if they would let us know if they were willing to help us set up a trust in there, or is that something that we could include, their willingness to help us look at a trust document in the future, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Is that something you think that would be a good idea, or do you think it'd just be better to wait and see?
I think there's several steps that we're going to have to. There's several steps that we're going to have to go through before. I mean, the end goal of what you're speaking of is long-term. I think just the small baby steps. This is in its infancy stages of us trying to, reinvent the wheel of what we're doing, or if we're getting out of a jail business altogether. But the RFP that was pushed forward, I mean, there's some issues in there we need to look at and sit down and revise before it goes out officially for a bid, I believe. There's some of the timelines that they have in there that we can get cleared up, but I think that's something we can look at probably at a later date, I would think.
Okay.
So, I've got a question, Chief. If this did become a private management concern, how many police officers would that free up? I mean, I know it can change.
Well, right now, we don't have any police officers working inside our jail. We have a jail staff that's working there, but they're not police officers.
Okay.
Did you have some? So is the RFP ready to go out, or do you want to bring it back to us again, or are the changes just?
Well, there's some things we need to tweak a little bit before
So you'll be bringing it back?
Before we want to push forward on it.
Okay, so we're going to just treat this as a informational item. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I have received multiple notes that we need to take a quick break, so let's take 10 minutes. Let's need to. I can't just let y'all leave. You have to make a motion to adjourn for 10 minutes.
Motion for a 5-minute recess, I guess.
Motion for 5, I second that. Make that motion.
I got a motion for a 5-minute recess. Second. Call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
Is there supposed to be a light? I don't know. If
When
it
you
has
turn it on, it is. Then it turns off. It never stays. So like, see?
Oh, see, that wasn't on a second ago.
Yeah, that mean the battery's good when it goes green. It just do it though for a sec. It's just like when you turn it on.
Oh.
Yeah. Like if it's bad, it'll be red when you turn it on, turn off. So.
Let me see if we can get our PowerPoint on real quick.
we need to call the roll and then make a motion to, we need to come back from recess though, because we voted. Yeah, we need a motion to return. Okay, I've got a motion and a second to return to the meeting. Call the roll, please.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Harris?
That item passed 6-0. Now we need to reconsider item number 20. We didn't ever vote on that item. So we need to determine, since the information wasn't complete, I think the appropriate motion would be to table the item until the first meeting in February. Councilman Harris has modified his motion to,
I think I was the second, so I'll accept it. I have accepted the friendly amendment.
and the second applies also. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Warren?
Yes. That item passed 6-0. That brings us to item 21. Consider approving a community of choice for families to thrive as the official vision statement of the City of Lawton, and add this vision statement to the True North Culture Statement. I think we need to amend that, don't we?
I want to make a floor amendment on that. I would like to strike where and strike 4 and 2, and put where and where 4 is. A community of choice is to read where families thrive.
So that would be a change to the item to read, consider approving a community of choice where families thrive as the official vision statement of the City of Lawton, and add this vision statement to the True North Statement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
I have that as a motion. Do I have a second?
Mayor Pro Tem, is the city attorney good with the change? Because there's not the floor amendment language in this specific agenda item. We do have some language in kind of the header of the agenda that allows for floor amendments, but I don't think there's been a consistent way to do things on this.
Yeah, so we do have in the header language for floor amendment. Generally, I don't really like floor amendments to agenda items per se, but this is like, if there was a resolution attached and it said a community of choice for families to thrive, and we were doing a floor amendment to change it to where families thrive, it's a pretty insignificant change. So I don't have an issue with that, and also in conjunction with the language in the top of the agenda saying we can make amendments.
Okay, and you got a motion. I got a motion and a second. Please vote. Or are we calling roll still? Where are we at? Please vote.
He was the author of that.
Could we?
He's the author of that.
No, could we, in the future, and I don't know who does this, legal or whoever, but wouldn't it be appropriate for us to reword that at the top to say on items that don't include
Floor amendments?
Yeah, well,
Or that are modified on the dais?
as long as they're as long as there's not a actual.
They would be reflected in the action taken in the council minutes by way of the motion made.
Okay, I have to think about that, but we can move on.
I think I understand what you're trying to say. Donna Lynn had to translate.
Yeah,
so
she's
she's
kinda in
helping
my
us
head.
communicate. So I think what you're asking is what differentiates like a substantial change and one that's just sort of pro forma, superficial in nature that wouldn't require a bona fide floor amendment.
Yeah, it was almost like a report anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not really, I'll have to think about it, but she's right. She's in my head. She knows what I'm talking about. So that brings us to item number 22. Subject to Lawton Enhancement Trust Authority, LEDA, approving an amended budget and amended limited service agreement. Consider approving the First Amendment to the fiscal year 2023-2024 agreement for limited services between LEDA and the City of Lawton to allocate an additional $250,000 for the extension of the Elmer Thomas Park Playground and to allocate $10,000 for use by LEDA Cultural Preservation Committee. Yes, ma'am.
I guess I'm going to talk on this one. So LETA did approve on November 30th the amended budget and the amended agreement with the City of Lawton. And it clarifies some language, and then it adds $10,000 for the Cultural Preservation Committee, which is a subcommittee of LETA, to utilize for the storage and protection of some of the artifacts that are still located in City Hall. And then it also, excuse me, adds $250,000 to the Children's United account, and they are the ones that are handling the all-accessible playground in the park. So this puts us one step closer to, they're going to request, and Max Sassine is here and can speak on this, but they're going to request, I believe, another grant from the McMahon Foundation that will help us be able to get the rubber installed so that we can put the equipment in so that we can get the playground open for the public.
Was Mac going to speak? Did Mac want to speak first?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Both of these things are very close to my heart for three reasons. You know, I started in LEDA before I was on council, and this playground started when I was on LEDA. And secondly, I'm thrilled that the playground is near completion with all the work and commitments that everybody has made. And thirdly, the Cultural Preservation Committee needed a budget. Just to let you know, they had taken all the artifacts that were upstairs. Many of us know that they were all dusty and whatnot, and they had them professionally crated. LEDA was able to help them with that this year, but there's other small things and small projects that they have to do to try to secure a lot of the historical artifacts that some of them are like laying in the mud at the bus. So I'm very appreciative of that, and I support this wholeheartedly that we move forward on this agenda item. Thank you.
My only question would be, and it's not really my question, I had two different people call me and ask me, and I looked through this and I don't see it. Maybe it's someplace, but is there a document that has a list of what is going to happen with that $10,000? Or the way it was expressed to me on the phone was, you know, is this just $10,000 for some stuff? And
I don't think we have a complete list.
No, but Jason Pugrier indicated that amount would be for artifact preservation, wrapping, in some cases cleaning different artifacts that have been left out and exposed to elements. So that's what was explained to me. I don't know if
and everything would still come back to LETA for approval. We wouldn't just say, here's $10,000, go do.
There's a meeting once a month for the Cultural Preservation Committee that if anyone is interested, that any expenditures are discussed in that meeting, and so there is documentation and minutes that are done on that money.
And I don't have an issue with it at all because I understand what they're going to be doing with it because I remember a time when we found paintings in a HVAC room that had been just stuck in a corner that had been given to the city
that-
years ago.
Yeah,
So I understand completely. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure that we had that on the dais so that people will understand what that's going
Just so you know, some of those paintings that you said you found, they've cleaned them up and actually are having exhibits of those pictures now. So there's some real movement on.
One,
on
and
go
one
ahead.
big thing that they're talking about, all the Miss Lawton pictures that used to hang at Wayne Gilly, they're going to fix those because a lot of those have had some damage. And so, but they're also talking about putting those out in this auditorium area and putting like a QR code where you can go in and actually read about those people.
That's awesome. I know that
First time these things, these artifacts, paintings and whatever, for the first time will be organized and stored properly so that they won't ruin. So this is really, and Jason is getting all that done, and I think he's probably the right person.
Yeah, I remember when Sharon Sheetwood still worked for the city, she found a bunch of statues at the yard down there just in the corner of the yard down on 6th Street. I don't know which statues they were, but she had started cataloging things right before she left. And she called me one day and she said, I don't know what they're doing down there, but there's some statues. But yeah, it's definitely needed, and it's a very difficult job because you get into that whole deal of you have to verify where it came from, and it has to all be cataloged. I mean, all this should have been cataloged for all these years, and it wasn't. So I totally understand.
Mayor Pro Tem, on this side, I'm back. Charlotte, I just wanted to make sure that the citizens heard what you said, that the money is just not given to them, it has to be approved. Can you just kind of talk about that?
Yeah, so anytime they come up with a request, and they did it this year too, Lisa paid for some self-controlled, climate-controlled storage units. So they would have to come in with a quote and request approval for Lita to pay that before anything gets paid.
Are you ready
Mr.
for a
Harris,
motion?
yes.
Are you ready for a motion?
Sure.
Mr. Pro Tem, I make a motion to approve the First Amendment to the fiscal year 2023-2024 limited agreement for limited service between LEDA and the City of Lawton to allocate an additional $250,000 for the extension of the Elmer Thomas Park Playground and to allocate $10,000 for use by the LEDA Cultural Preservation Committee.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. That item passed 7-0. That brings us to item number 23, discuss a plan to address issues regarding the homeless population in all areas of the city of Lawton and take action as deemed necessary. I believe this is Mr. Hampton's item. Is this your item?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. What a large issue to discuss. I'm going to read something very quickly. I can be wordy at times, so I'm going to make this very concise. I'm going to make this very concise. Thank you for your support. In our community, we acknowledge the multifaceted issue of homelessness, recognizing the urgent need for compassionate support alongside the responsibility of and the enforcement of societal rules. And we've had some discussions at one of my neighborhood watch groups in detail about this with Officer Dimmitt. But what the impetus for me doing this is because I had, as everybody knows, Ward 5 is a small ward, but what that basically means is that there is a lot of people in a very condensed area. And in that, there's a lot of businesses in Ward 5, not like there aren't in others, but one of my areas just was inundated with trash and debris, and one of the owners of the business had cleaned it up 30 times, and then he came to me and said he was tired of it. He had the Mexican cartel, some guy, come in and threaten him, and in that harassed him. With the help of the city, the police, and whatnot, that area is clean and has been clean for a while. But as I've noticed, there's other businesses that have that. Now I do understand that we're gonna the city manager wants us to speak on other things, which I'm wholeheartedly thinking this, and I'm just going to tell you. From my perspective as a sociologist, a community and a culture has developed within the homeless community that is almost like another culture. And it goes from people that made bad decisions and want to get help, and we're doing some things to help them. But on the other end, there's a very dark side of that. There's crime. There's women getting accosted. There's drugs being sold. And we must remember that there's a lot of those people that are getting disability money from the government. So there is an economy that is working in there. And in between that dark side and those people that really want help to get out, there are a lot of people that just really want to stay there. I had talked to a gentleman, and he told me that he had a family member, and he said, well, why don't you let us help you? And they were actively trying to help her. And they said they didn't want any help. And the next day they said, I do want help. I want you to quit tearing down houses so we have someplace to live. They do not want out of that. And with that said, there's a lot of loitering that's taking place. Just very quickly, there's loitering, there's trash accumulation. I've had a business owner call me because he had to clean up human waste off of his sidewalk. There is a harassing of the employees where businesses want to move out of the city of Lawton. There's a harassment of customers. And mind you, I do, and I'm sure everybody on the council do have a lot of compassion for those people that are in trouble. But at the same time, there was a very scathing article that came out last week. I think it was Wednesday that in the state of Oklahoma, that there has been some pushback because I really do think that there needs to be some issues to kind of control that. And I've got some things that I would like done and some motions, but I want to kind of turn that over to Mayor Pro Tem to allow the city manager to have some of his staff speak on this issue also.
Thank you for being concise. Good job, Alan. It really was. You did a good job. Yes, sir.
John, did you or Charlotte, did you guys want to say anything about what you're seeing out on the streets with respect to neighborhood services and calls that you go on? Is there anything that you want to add, or Chief, or anyone, or the Fire Marshal, or Deputy Chief Baggett? Donna Lynn.
Right there. I wrote this down so I don't get sidetracked and veer off into the weeds or anything. In 2022, we recently started keeping track of all the vacant structure fires that we went on. Those fires occurred in all those vacant structures. Keep in mind, it's hard to determine the direct cause of those fires, as the structures show indications of the unhoused entering and exiting those structures frequently throughout the days and nights. Unfortunately, most of those fires are in the undetermined classification, and the reason that is because you have to have malicious intent to have an arson crime. Well, if you don't have anybody to talk to and you can't find those individuals, it's hard to determine that malicious intent. By not being able to roll that out to be incendiary, however, most of the homes that we go into do show evidence of previously unlawful habitation by utilizing materials for warmth, light, and/or cooking. And with them not having utilities, there's no way for them to properly extinguish the fire when it gets out of hand. With all that being said, the fire department focuses on trying to be proactive, to identify these vacant structures and notifying the proper individuals to help in preventing them from becoming potential fire hazards for the community. I got some numbers here for you guys as well on the vacant structures, fires that are related to this crisis that we have. In 2022, 41 fires out of the 131 that we investigated were vacant structures. It's about 31% of the fire calls that we got. In this year alone, we've investigated, we're up to 97 investigations at this point, and 50 of those are vacant structures. So we're up to about 52% of our fire call-outs are vacant structure related. Now keep in mind, like Councilwoman Hankins has said, the colder weather is coming, and we do anticipate the number of those fires to continue to increase throughout the year. So that's my report on the amount of fires and things that we deal with on a basis.
Thank you.
You have a question for him or for me? So the only thing I want to add in here is this, as you can see from these numbers, the percentage has gone up quite a bit over the last couple years. What our part is here is to obviously respond to these fires, but we've worked really well with neighborhood services over the last couple years on everything that we can do with communication and trying to make sure we get that stuff pushed over as quickly as possible. So we can't boost the neighborhood services enough in the communication that we have with them and us trying to pass that information along. So if you have any questions for us, we'll be here.
All right, I'm going to speak to you all about on the law enforcement side of what we're dealing with. I went and talked to Hungry Hearts earlier today, and they said they're roughly feeding 200 people 3 times a week. When I talked to Cece over at the Mite Center, she said there's roughly about 1,000 to 1,200 people that are homeless within Lawton. That's a huge number. That's 1.25% right now of the population that either doesn't have a home or that is living on the streets. For us, we kind of classify, there's really 4 different classifications of homeless. There's the homeless that want to be homeless. They don't want the rules. They don't want the regulations. They don't want the responsibilities that come with owning a home and having it. They just like living on the street. There's the other side that's circumstances, that they're a domestic issue and they've got kicked out of the house they're in, or they've lost a job or something, and they're a short term of being homeless. They are looking to get back on their feet again. The other 2 are, there's one that is more drugs, alcohol, pill dependencies, and they're just hooked on narcotics or something, and they're locked in this evil web of they live to get high or live to get drunk, and that's all their life is trying to find that next high. And the last one is probably the saddest one for me, is the mental health side of it. They were born with a mental health and they've lost a family member that was taking care of them, or they've lost that family touch, and they're living on the streets and they have no other way to turn. And so that's the ones out sweeping the street, and we get 15 calls a day on Anthony Saunders out, sweet guy, have no problems with him, but he just lives to sweep the street. And that's just, we get a lot of calls. So a lot of our manpower is tied up sometimes on responding to the homeless. And so, but on the darker side of the homeless is that they are a lot of times the ones doing the breaking and entering to get into these vacant homes. They are the ones doing the copper theft. They are the ones doing the petty larceny from Walmart to get money so that they can go get the next high. The trespassing, the public intoxes, assault and batteries, littering, disturbing the peace, lewd acts, the urinating in public, things like that you and I would never think about doing, but that's what's going on in our city. So we do our best to try to go out there, but the other side of it is they're victims of crimes too. And they don't have the means to either contact us, or they don't have the comfortableness to contact us. So a lot of times crimes against them go unreported. So there's kind of both ways on this, and we would love to be able to work together with the council and try to figure out some resolutions that we can help those that are out there that need it, but also try to figure out a way to get that crime element off the streets too, to help the rest of the citizens. Thank you.
And what Neighborhood of Services has been doing is been working with the fire department and the police department as well. Because a lot of these structures, these vacant structures that we're noticing, not only is there, like junk and debris and trash, in this property, but strung out throughout the whole entire property, which, that's what we mostly notice about that. With the fire department letting us know about the small fires, we were working with them every week, every day to identify which structures are empty and are vacant structures so we can get those boarded and secured. And if there is a fire structure as well, wait for our due processes to make sure that we can bring them to council for the dilapidation list. Also working with the police department as well for as soon as we do like a trespassing letter to the property owners to see if they would like to trespass a person, because we have to make sure that we are notifying the property owner to do that stuff. So we are diligently working with the Lawton Police Department as well on these issues as well. We would love to partner with them some more, with the Lawton Fire Department and with the City Council to come to figure out the best solution for this.
I'm sorry, can I add
Yes.
one more thing? I apologize. I was talking with the homeless shelter, and they said that the furthest person out right now that has been bussed into Lawton as homeless is Tulsa. We've got people from Tulsa being bussed to our community for our housing. Norman, Edmond, we have run into a bunch of them from up in that area, and their reasoning behind that is they said there's not as much competition for our money as there is up in the city, so they come here because they get more money panhandling and things from our community. So that shows the heart of our community, that we have a very giving community, but the word is out that Lawton is the place to come for the handouts. So just putting that out there.
Sorry,
Mr.
King
Harris.
George.
Mr. Harris.
Matt,
Yes, sir.
have you seen or done any studies on any increases in homelessness since we legalized marijuana?
Not on the legalization side of it, but since our last, they did a count, and we were in around the 500 mark. And when I talked to her, they're going to do another count on January 25th. They're going to go out and count how many homeless we have, and they're expecting to be able to count probably 800 or so, and that's not counting the ones they don't, get a head count on, but they're expecting to be close to 800, so a 300 increase since the last count.
Was it you that told me the story of the guy that got out of jail in Dallas and they put him on a bus and sent him here?
We have had those, yes, sir.
So rather than to deal with them themselves, they just ship them here, and
Yes,
even
sir.
though they don't know anybody or have any contacts here.
Yes.
Officer Dimmitt, that was an excellent summary of what we have.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
you ought to be a sociologist, so.
That's my degree.
Yeah, I thought so. And I miss seeing you because I don't have a neighborhood watch right now. Our church feeds every month about 125 and giving them a chance to take a shower and get clothing and that sort of thing. And then we hand out lunch bags every day, and we're averaging about 40 to 50 a month lunch bags, just lunch bags, and not very much of protein, of fruit, and so on and so forth. But I have stopped and talked, because I can't help myself, to some of the homeless. One was cooking in a shed out back of a house, and I just visited with him a minute to see. I said, what's gotten you to this position? And he said, it was drugs. And I said, are you ready to quit? He said, no, because that's what he needs. And people so don't understand addiction. And I can't get on my soapbox enough, and this isn't the place to do it, but addiction, people cannot help. That is a disease, and you're helpless. You can get help and you can get off, but it's awful.
And the other side of that is it's very costly also. Those that have money don't have a problem being sent off to a rehab center 4, 5, 6, 7 times, whatever it takes for your loved one to get over that addiction. Those that are living on the streets don't have the ability to find the money to get themselves into a rehab center. So we have Road Back, we have a few facilities, but you still have to get them, you got to lead them to the water, and sometimes it's difficult for them to take that step forward because all of us want them to change, but until they're ready to change, there's nothing we can do to put that into action until they're ready to change. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gill. Okay, let's go down here. Miss
Okay.
Johnson.
My question to both departments, how close are you all working with the task force itself? We do have a homeless task force. I know you mentioned some of the players, Officer Dimmitt, but there's monthly meetings. Are you all bringing these things that, are we working with that task force?
So I will tell you, and probably I'm going to speak on his behalf. You don't know about it? No. Okay. So I will speak on both of our behalfs. Neither one of us knew these meetings were going on. So if we would be invited to them, I know I would love to, and I'm sure he would also love to be involved and help work together with the task force. That would be something we would love to do.
And that's kind of the piece that's missing with the task force now, because there's, everybody's approaching it from different ways. My specialty is homeless youth, and everybody's got their niche. But this information here, what you guys are doing, in the boots on the ground, and, unfortunately, it's a lot of reaction versus prevention.
Mm-hmm.
And so bringing the two together, I'll make sure that you guys get the information to kind of have a representative there.
Absolutely, and we would love nothing more than to not have to fill our day with putting people in jail that just need help. And sometimes our hands are tied because the law is written the way it is, but if there's a way that we can get out there and work with the community to help divert things and to get other people involved where we can fix some of these issues before it gets to the point of committing crimes, we would absolutely love that.
And a lot of it are systemic issues, like you just said, so like policy change, and not just locally, but, with the state.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's probably one place, because you guys have a lot of the stats, that, that could be another branch, because it definitely, if you get someone that, has mental health issues, and then you ask them, are you going to harm yourself or anyone else? They say no, but they just jumped off their balcony. You can't take them anywhere. And so it's definitely, above our pay grade at some point, but that policy is definitely something that needs to change. So I'll make sure that you guys get that
information. Every good thing changes at grassroots, so.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you all for what you do.
Mr. Gill.
Quick question. I had heard that a lot of these homeless have been being shipped here or bused here.
Yes.
So who's paying for that? The city's busing them, or?
That I do not know, and I have not met personally the people that were being bussed in. I hear it from the homeless shelters, and from Carter Crane told me that the one from Tulsa. And I would love to be able to get out there, and actually on the 25th, I'm going to work with them on the counting. I'm going to send an email out to all of our PD and have them, if they know where large groups or where the homeless are staying, to send me the addresses. So when we do the count, we'll get a more accurate number, and plus I'll be able to talk to them personally and maybe find out how they got here.
Okay. I know some of them may be able to afford it, but most of them can't. And the ones that I've talked to, and I have, certainly couldn't. So I'm trying to find out if it's city government or maybe a religious organization or someone that's sending and paying for that bus fare. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how we wrap our arms around this deal. It's huge and encompassing. I know that just because of where I work, I can tell you for sure that during the period of time when the Greyhound bus did not come to Lawton, the number of homeless walking the streets went down. As soon as Greyhound came back and started stopping, it's gone back up again. So I know for a fact that they're definitely getting shipped in. I know, I knew some people in Florida that were involved in, they literally bought tickets. You know, they would go, it's a lot cheaper. I mean, you can go and buy a Greyhound ticket probably even today for $400 to get somebody pretty much anywhere. And so that's what a lot of cities are doing. And I don't know if it's cities or if it's, you know, individual groups in cities, but so that's a problem that we need to address. The mental issues is the one that is, for me, I think the hardest, because that's a problem that was laid on us. That's not our fault. No doing of our own. We just are the recipients of the failure of the state. And you know, I don't know that we can ever get the feds to sit at the table, but we got to figure out some way to get Oklahoma to sit at the table and accept the fact that they're the ones that created this problem. You can't close facilities that house mentally ill and then wonder why there are mentally ill people on the streets. You just simply can't do that. And so that's a problem that we have to figure out a way to solve. And I know that that we have some efforts being made, and they're working hard. I know Ms. Johnson works really hard. I don't know how we do that. I think we task Mayor Booker with figuring out a solution. I know you're at home watching, so. But it is a huge problem, and all of us working together, we can make a dent, but I don't know until we get some outside help, I don't know how we cure it. I had a lady pass away in one of the vehicles at my shop. It was there because the door wouldn't lock, and she used to live on C Avenue, and they moved her along, and she found that place, and she died in that car. And it was sad because she was a registered nurse, and she was mentally ill. And they did a sketch. LPD had a sketch done in Oklahoma City, and 30 minutes after they pinned up those sketches, somebody from Taliaferro called and said, "Well, that's Mary," or whatever her name was. So you know, everybody knows these people, but there's just nothing that we can do at this juncture to stop it from happening. You know, people are in the streets all the time. The example that you gave about the sweep in the streets is, you know, great guy, but I promise you at some point he's going to get run over. And then somebody's going to feel really horrible about that, and he's going to be either maimed, injured, or dead. And so, I mean, that's the way that saga is going to end. And it's sad because it's not just him. There's multiple people out there that are like that. We need to figure out a solution. I don't know what it is, but like I said, Mayor Booker may be the one that needs to bring everybody together, and because we got to get some help from the state. And I don't know what how big a fire we have to make before they pay attention to us, but we have to do something. Is there anybody else that'd like, Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I wanted to finish up. This discussion is wonderful, and it is no doubt that the compassion needs to be there, as I said in the statement. And for the sake of coming across harsh, I'm really trying to deal with businesses not moving out because of some of the homeless people there, and I'm going to make a suggestion, and I want to make a motion on this facet of what's going on with the businesses here in town and them having to deal with the homeless there. I was in Burger King. Burger King has a locked bathroom now with a key code that you have to go ask because of the homeless that's there. The homeless were coming in getting free drinks. Hey, manager, why can they get free drinks and I can't? He said there's a corporate policy around the United States that the homeless people can come in here and basically do anything that they want, get free drinks and anything they want, because we don't want to have some type of legal action with them. I don't think that that's acceptable, and I don't think that that's that's the way we need to live. The tables were dirty. It was just a mess in there. That was here locally. Me and my wife were eating there. To clean up human waste outside and front. There's people that have been complaining, women in offices where the homeless have been going in, and they feel like they're being harassed. They're afraid, and you can't blame them for being that. So, and mind you, this is just one facet, and I'm going to make a suggestion. I have went out there and cleaned up areas in my ward where businesses were having problems, and talked to business people, and they really are uneducated, number one. But I think that even with the eating places, Ward 5 has several of the eating places in it, so I'm dealing with a lot of the people making their way to those eating places. You ask them when they're waiting for their food, where are you supposed to be? And they don't have a place to be. I think that if there was a staging area in the parking lot where if you're going to come to get food, you need to stay in this area, and that's where you're supposed to be until we're ready to feed you. That's a suggestion. My point is I think that within the way that we operate and take care of things can be done. I don't have all the answers. I'm not a lawyer or police officer or fireman. I do think, though, that I would like a group of people to get together that have knowledge and understanding about that here at the city, to sit and take a look at and this is for businesses, so we don't lose our businesses in town, to sit and take a look at the policies that we have, policies that we can make, and then put together an educational program that we can put out to the businesses so they don't feel helpless. I went to one lady and said, hey, you go ahead and you don't have to have these people sleeping around in your store. She said, my customers don't like it. I'm not going to do anything. She did not want to make any waves, but I think that was because she didn't really understand what she did, so I gave her my card and said, you call me when that happens in that one small area that I cleaned out. You know, sometimes education is empowerment, and the problem that we're having with our businesses is they don't really know what they can do, and they don't have the options. And I'm just thinking maybe an educational program put together by maybe some people with that deal with that all the time can sit and look at the policies we have. Maybe we need to write some other policies. That article that I read last Wednesday, if you have a chance, go read that. It was not a very friendly article, and it was about Oklahoma, and it wasn't about somebody here in Lawton that wrote that article. So I would like to make a motion, at least on this business area, that we can put and John, I don't know if exactly who would need to be on that, but put together a team of people that can actually sit down, look at the ordinances that the businesses have. I know that the feds came out with some of the stuff that we can't do, but I'm sure that loitering or something like that, going into businesses somehow to empower these people, make suggestions about having locks on the door that they can buzz people in and out. I just think that there's something that we can do to help our business people in town and empower them with some knowledge on what they can do to try to deal with this. As I said, you know, you look at a homeless person that's at a house. Where are you supposed to be? Well, I'm waiting to go eat over there. Well, there's their staging area over there. Go sit down over there. So and that's just a suggestion as I was over there looking at some of the homeless people. Just one last thing. Down the 12th Street is the sidewalk for all the homeless people to go to Salvation Army. There's a guy on there that has had his tools stolen 5 times. All of his tools that he makes a living off of. I've kind of been in the trenches with some of these people, and I just think that they don't understand how to deal with the situation, because I did clean up that area. It's over where Lynn McKenzie is, and where O'Reilly's and McDonald's over there. And I was in McDonald's to go get a cup of coffee, and the lady that worked there was cussing and yelling at a homeless guy that was in there, and trying to get him to get out of her place. But I think that once we establish some of that, the homeless people know each other, and they'll talk to each other, and they will begin to understand that there's a place that they need to be and a place they don't need to be. And it has worked over in that area because it is clean. So I don't know what, John, what is there a suggestion about putting together maybe some of the police officers or something and taking a look at that?
Council could direct me to establish a working group, maybe a multidisciplinary group to look at ways that we can improve this issue.
You know,
I didn't see Rick Lowe back there until just now. Rick, would you like to chime in on this?
He thinks the working group's a good idea.
Okay, and I agree, because what we need to do is identify those individuals that we can help, the ones that want a hand up, the ones that need a place to stay, and that are willing to work for it, and the ones that are mentally ill. And then we need to address those individuals that we're currently unintentionally encouraging to be homeless. We need to make it not advantageous to be homeless. We need to help the ones that we can, and then to not encourage those individuals that are living on the dark side. So there is a...
Might be in order that I second. Yeah, I was working with John on that on the motion that would best fit, since he's our city manager. Maybe he would have input on that kind of educational program. Maybe we put some information out to the the business owners as to what they can do and what they can't do with the policies. And these guys probably have ideas themselves, because they've actually really been in the trenches and know practical things that they could do to help with the situation.
So we've got a motion by Councilman Hampton and a second here to direct the manager to put together a working group with any of those individuals that need to be involved.
For businesses with the educational program, pamphlet, something from our media part or something that we can pass out, or maybe even have businesses come together in work groups or something, just to get the information out, so they are empowered by knowledge and understanding what they can do and what they can't do.
Ms. Johnson.
And I want to also refer this back to the Homeless Task Force that has individuals that are in the community working with this group, that has social service backgrounds, knowledge and education, which will help, because a lot of times what we do is we think that the policy might be the best thing, and then there's something in there that may inherently cause some other problems. And so I just want to make that amendment if possible.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second.
Mr. Hampton has to accept the amendment before we...
And the friendly amendment is to include the homeless...
Task force.
Task force. And yeah, I accept that friendly amendment.
I've got the amended motion and the amended second. Call the roll, please. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Item number 24, provide City Council with an update on the 2023 summer youth programs that were funded through the CIP. And I want to apologize to Councilwoman Johnson. She had asked me to move this because she needed to go do something, and I failed to do that, so I slowed the entire meeting down so that she could be back. Go ahead.
You and Alan.
good afternoon, good evening, I think, at this point. So we'll go through this and make it pretty quick and painless. Wait. There's a slide missing. Okay, we're going to wing it. In 2015 CIP, there was $200,000 set aside for youth programs. The expenditures to date total $88,025. Years 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, there were summer internship programs here that the City of Lawton ran, where we had 10 to 15 students apply and become interns, paid interns with the City of Lawton different departments. We did not have the program in 21 or 22 because of the COVID year. In 23, there wasn't a lot of interest by the department, so there was not one ran then. And then this past summer, there was the Summer Arts Institute with Arts for All. So totaling, again, $88,025 out of that $200,000 that was set aside in the 2015 CIP, leaving a current balance today of $111,975. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. This slide's close, but not completely accurate. So, okay, in 2019 CIP, there was $6 million set aside for youth programs. As of to date, 22, there was a total of $219,882 and some change spent. 23, a little over $106,000 spent, and this past summer, $130,640. The two programs were through MITE and Teamwork Makes the Dream Work. We'll get into a little bit more of those programs here in just a second, but total spent, remaining balance. Okay, we'll get to that. Let's go to the slide. No, we're going to forego the slide, show it all together. Okay. We're going to forego. Yeah, we have. Okay, there's several slides missing, but okay. So out of the $6,200,000 totally allocated through the two different CIPs, to date spent is $544,653, with leaving a remaining balance of just over $5.6 million to spend. And of course, out of that again is the $111,000 remaining for the summer youth programs out of that $200,000. For the past 3 years, the Finance Department has budgeted $300,000 each year to be dedicated towards those summer youth programs. For this year, the remaining balance is $134,360. And some of the programs that the Youth and Family Affairs Committee has approved for this upcoming year, but has not quite been finalized yet, but kind of outstanding in the pending category. We have Skills for Life Academy, $89,000. We have Lawton Public Schools Makerspace Camp at a little over $62,000. Teen Court Program, $45,000. A Marie Detty Gang Program for $100,000. And All About Understanding for a little less than $75,000. So there are several programs that constantly come to the Youth and Family Affairs Committee for programming, and so we're moving in that direction to get some of that money spent. 3 of the programs that were this past summer, you've heard a little bit about the Summer Arts Institute. Ms. Rhonda gave that presentation earlier today. That was a great program. We had a lot of positive feedback. Another one of the programs that received funding this past year was through MITE. They have an iSTEM camp. They focused on just introducing some of our students to STEM activities, something that they may not have the opportunity to be involved with. They participated in this STEM camp, about 75 students over the summer. And those for the younger guys, 5 through 12. They also did have a teen program, so 14 through 17. And this was more of a, let's call it internship type. They did get a little bit of a stipend. They worked and gave out meals. So they worked for their little stipend. They did also involve in some training, conflict prevention, stuff like that, just to make them hopefully one day very productive citizens here for our community. About 23 students were involved in that. Another organization that received funding this past year was the Greenwood STEM entrepreneurship programs. This is not just a summer program. This is an all-year program. Basically, they take groups of kids to field trips to discover hands-on STEM learning. They've been to space camp. They've been to the Discovery Lab. They've been through, nursing facilities, seeing how technology every day can be used in today's world. They took several field trips over this past year, and they do have one planned almost every month going forward. So there's this slide. Okay, that's the wrong slide, but there we go. And this is just a couple pictures of the kiddos from this past summer and all the fun times that they had. So I'm here to answer any questions if anyone has any.
I have a question. So can you go back? You said there's some applications that have been approved by YFAC, but they haven't come to council yet. Do you know when they're going to come to council?
You would have to ask the city clerk's office or that committee. I just gathered the information, so I'm not quite sure.
Rick, do you know?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, let's have Rick come on up. I apologize to Rick. He has filled in and helped the Youth and Family Committee, and his time is so valuable that, Rick, I just apologize for you having to wait this long, because his time is, we could use that in a very positive way.
You're fine. Councilwoman Johnson, those items were approved by the Youth and Family Affairs Committee back during the summer months. To be honest with you, once we've approved them, we lose touch of them, and I assume they come to council, but apparently they have not. I received an email about a month ago from Mr. Wilson saying that the Youth and Family Affairs Committee needed to turn in an annual report, and I guess that fell onto me. We lost our part-time program administrator in the spring. Any questions or anything further?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, I wanted to reiterate what Councilwoman Hankins said. You put in a lot of time. This is a lot of work. I think I forwarded to our staff. If not, I'll re-forward it, something that I had put together when I was on the committee to help with keeping track of when it gets submitted and when it comes to us and when the funding is distributed. And so I'll make sure that everybody that needs to see that gets that so that there's a quicker turnaround.
You bet. I would mention the report when you do see that includes a recommendation from the committee that we hire a part-time program administrator for this program. To be honest with you, citizens volunteering to review applications is the easy part. Administering grants and following up with those who receive the money to make sure it's being spent the way it was proposed to be spent, evaluating outcomes, takes much more than just our few hours that we can commit to that a week. So, all right.
Yeah.
So one thing I was going to say, if a report has been submitted, I think to the council, I don't know if it's been formally submitted, we may want to have that on the agenda for them to acknowledge it, accept it, or whatever, so we may need to get that agenda. If it was just emailed to the council, we need to actually probably have it on the agenda.
I plan on meeting with the mayor Friday because this is continuing to be an issue. And those of us who have served on that, you know, we had an attorney that was leading that. You couldn't get any better than that, but we wore her out. And now Rick has been filling in, and he's so competent, but, you know, he has other things on his plate, too. So I'm going to meet with the mayor, and we're going to talk about this because it's got to change. And then we'll call in Rick for his opinions, and he won't have to wait so long then. And then we'll call in the people that we need to call in. And we've struggled with quorums, so probably some of those people on the committee will have to be dismissed because they're not coming to the meetings, and you can't function that way. So we've got to have people that at least can make it to a meeting. Does Rick get dismissed?
Rick, you can go if you'd like.
I'm so sorry.
Mr. Manager.
I think the mayor was good with a written report, not an actual report to council, so I don't know that we need to formally put that on the
And
agenda.
I'll have to look at what the ordinance says, but I'll look.
And we'll include you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I will say that during my digging, there have been a couple things that I know Jodon and I would like to recommend to the committee just to kind of help things run a little bit smoother in the past. But we are working with the clerk's office, and we're going to try to make a positive turn to this committee. So
I would think worst case scenario, we could have something for the next meeting on the 12th, right?
There may be some issues with getting a budget funding in place to cover the $371,000 that we know have been submitted. We've only got about $111,000 left in our budget this year. So there'll be some work that it'll have to take place that may not happen by the next meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay, so as far as getting applications from YFAC to council, at this point, we have asked Jodon to find a pot of money. From there, we'll work on doing some sort of amendment so that we can get their youth programs funded that have already been approved by the committee, and then additional programs for this coming summer. I have the ones that have already been approved by the committee. I have the agreements queued up and ready to go just as soon as we get all of that straightened out.
Okay, so also the language in the code says to provide an annual written report to the city council on the progress of programs recommended by the committee and approved by the city council for funding. So this would be a report to the city council that's written about the progress of programs previously approved by the council and for funding.
Yeah, so that's what we said. I completely lost my train of thought.
To the council.
I'm sorry, I have access to that report, and I will send it out to all of you so that you can review the report.
I think we also are going to need an amendment to the, and I've got to identify where it goes, but you know, it seems like we do kind of putting the cart before the horse a lot, where we don't identify funding up front, and then we're kind of, well, what do we do? You know, now we've approved this, but funding wasn't contemplated until the end, which is absolutely the wrong way to do business. So, you know, we've got to improve internal processes, but I think, you know, council needs to start holding us accountable in terms of every time an agenda item that's brought forward and it's proposing resources be spent, we need to be asking the question, well, where is the money coming from? Because this is a recurring issue.
I don't know when that changed. I know in the old days. That used to be part of the agenda item, was it would show, here's the amount of funding that we're requesting for this program or this item, and then it would actually have what account that was coming out of, and sometimes it would even give you the previous and the balance after that's removed, so that you could look at it all in one place and see, yeah, if I vote on this, my youth and family services budget's going to drop to zero or to 100,000 or whatever. So I think that would be helpful to council, especially new or incoming council that hasn't been here for 100 years, to know that.
I would say that Christine, at her report, was that similar to what you were going to do, Rick? I mean, the report you gave was excellent. And was your report going to go into more detail? I looked at it, but was this kind of adequate or part of what you would have given?
Some of the information, I think, is going to be the same. The report that I have, of course, is based on my perspective from the Youth and Family Affairs Committee, not knowing what has or has not been approved by council. My report also tries to give a little bit of a progress report on those programs that were funded, as to how many kids they saw, what the activities they did.
Numbers.
Outcomes is still a work in progress as to how we measure success. And so
we have some that the outcomes have not been turned in too. And then we've had meetings upon meetings where we didn't even have a quorum to vote on those. We need to get straightened out.
Right.
And we will.
Right.
But
and I did mention as well, there was one item reflected, I think, as an expense, the Skills for Life Academy for $89,000. They turned down that grant. So that money is not to be spent there. They requested more. We did not approve more. And when that came through, I think they realized they didn't want to do the program for the amount that we would fund. So,
Christine, that was an excellent report.
Thank you. And one of the suggestions that I did make, and along with Jodan, the Youth and Family Affairs Committee did not have that we were able to find a limited service agreement with the council like other committees, like the Lawton Youth Sports Committee does. And so there wasn't actually an approved budget for the committee. And so I think there was maybe some misunderstanding of what they had to spend in a year. And so we've talked to Donna Lynn, and we're going to pump the brakes a little bit and kind of maybe go back and restructure a little bit. We are going to need some more funding if the committee wants to move forward with what they've already committed to. And also keep in mind, this does not include any of the summer programs for 2024, which have to come out of this year's budget because summertime starts before July. So we are going to have to get a plan and a budget prepared for the remainder of the year, and then prepare something for the next budget year. So we're bringing some of this stuff to light, and we're gonna make those corrections.
And if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things that progress, that standard things that I sent out to you all will answer a lot of questions that you have. And then the committee was told that we had about $400,000 a year based upon what the amount, the $6 million over the course of a couple of years. The other thing that is a challenge, I think, is the fact that the committee receives the applications all year round. And so one of the things that needs to happen is there needs to be a period of time, whether that's quarterly or once a year. And again, there are some programs like Teamwork Makes the Dream Work that actually runs all year round. And so when looking at, getting things under control, and I think Donna Lynn had some ideas as well, once I send that out and you guys look at that, it'll make sense and it'll help a lot. And so I think that will kind of keep some things, because it tasks who does what from beginning all the way to the end, so that the committee knows what's going on, finance knows what's going on, city council knows what's going on, and that will help.
I think we're ready to move on without any, okay. That brings us to item number 25. That item is provide city council with a very quick update on the 2023 audit.
Actually, I was going to ask everybody if they were comfortable and they were settled in, because I have a little bit of a dialogue here.
Okay.
No, we have wrapped up our portion of the 22 audit and have submitted it over to our consultants and our auditors. Now that we have wrapped up ours and sent it to them, they indicated it's going to take about 6 weeks to get that audit actually in here to be approved. So that would be about the middle of January, like I had mentioned in the past. We will keep on them to monitor their progress and to make sure that they don't lose sight of what we need. Then now my staff has already started working on the 23 audit. I expect the 23 audit to be presented by June of this upcoming year. That is late, and I realize that, but that is a little more along the timelines of what we had been doing in the past. Once we get past that hurdle, we'll immediately start working on the 24 audit, which I would expect would be submitted to the city council to be acknowledged by the December 31 deadline.
Does anybody have any questions? Comments? Thank you, Joe Don.
You bet.
At this point, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Chapman? Gill? Hampton?
Okay, we're back. I'd like to get a motion to return from executive session. I've got a motion.
Second.
I've got a second to return from executive session. Call the roll, please.
Warren,
Yes.
Hankins, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Johnson.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to review negotiations with IAFF Local 1882 in the city of Lawton to include possible amendment to the parties' fiscal year 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. That conversation did occur, and my understanding, we have a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem and council, I move to approve a memorandum of understanding between the City of Lawton and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1882, modifying the enforcement of the Me Too provision for fiscal year 2023-24, and further modify the public safety sales tax incentive provision for the fiscal year 24-25, providing these modifications set out to: Number one, provide a 4% pay raise increase for fire department bargaining unit members. Number two, waive all claims to the retroactive portion of the 5% Me Too pay increase from September 17th, 2023, due to the fire department's bargaining unit members. Number three, provide for a pay increase beginning July 8th, 2024, in the amount of $1 per hour to all shift personnel and $1.40 per hour to all staff personnel within the fire department's bargaining unit members. Number four, remove the public safety sales tax incentive provision located in section 13.10 F of the fiscal year 24-25. Replace the language in section 1310F for fiscal year 24-25, which shall read, the fire department's portion of the annual 2,684,000 public safety sales tax funds have been rolled into base wages and otherwise fully allocated in accordance with Council Resolution 21-64 as it pertains specifically to the funding costs associated with the hiring and equipping new fire personnel, as well as for providing for pay increase for fire personnel.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That item passed 6-0. Item number 27, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss an action relating to litigation against settling defendants and other defendants which action are currently pending in the multi-district litigation styled In Re Aqueous Film Foaming Foams Forming Foams Products Liability Litigation, MDL number 2:18 MN 2873 DSC, the MDL, and case number 2:23 CIV 03230, and to resolve claims relating to PFAS contamination in public water systems. Conversation occurred, and it's my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I make a motion to move to ratify outside counsel's action of opting the City of Lawton out of the proposed settlement with DuPont, and further authorize outside counsel to opt out of the proposed settlement with 3M, and to take whatever action necessary to effectuate the same.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That item passed 6-0. I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Johnson. Warren.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
We're with you, you know, you're not by yourself. Everybody has to grin and bear it. Do what? Everybody has to grin and bear it.
Shoe Monarch and King George.
Thank you, Donna Lynn.
It's not King George. You're as bad as Kelly.
That's from 1776.
I'm sure you can find it online. There will be a test.
Are we going to have any more of our meetings with the employment matters, or are we kind of on a hold for now? Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I sent some stuff to John.